God, Father. And when we get hungry, we call on the Father to grant these people, the farmer, the fishermen, grant them strength, grant them health, grant them wisdom, that they'll be able to go and do the mighty work, what they're doing for the nation. I give you thanks and praise, Master. I thank you for them. Father, you say we must pray for those who is in high authority. We pray for the Prime Minister. We pray for the ministers of the day. We pray for all of them. Grant them the spirit of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that they'll be able to understand, oh God, Father. Take over the situation yourself. Guide them and let them rule in a perfect way in the name of Jesus. And we pray for the opposition. We pray for them, oh God. You know Dr. Keith by name and number. Better yet, you know where he lives. According to your word, oh God, bless that man's servant. Bless all his ministers. Help them, oh God, Father, when they're doing a perfect work in your sight, in the name of Jesus. And I give you thanks and praise. I thank you, Lord. I thank you for great things that you have done, great things that you are giving us. Thank you for the rain. Thank you for the sunshine, the coolness of the morning. We thank you, God. We thank you for everything. You say you must pray for the sick and the suffering. Oh, God, Father, visit the hospital. Visit it, oh God, Father. Lay your hands on the patient and never take it away. Remember the doctors and the nurses. Bless them, oh God, Father. Bless them and help them, oh God. Grant them patience with the patient in the name of Jesus, and I give you thanks and praise. Father, my Father in heaven, hear our prayer, oh God. Hear us, oh God, Father. We are the children of the stock of Abraham. We come, Master. We come nothing in our hands that we bring. As we come, we ask you to bless us, oh God. Give us a wonderful day in the name of Jesus. And we tell you, thank you, Father. Thank you. Remember Miss Jacob, Father, as I bring her to you, God, this morning. Seek out and find her out. Bless her, oh God, Father. Remember Sister Kami. Oh, Father, I pray for the daughter. Pray for, oh God. You is her daughter. Sometimes she cried day and night. You know she ups and you know she down. Oh God, Father, help her, oh God, Father. You know she's sitting down and she rising up. You know everything concerning the daughter. Remember her the gates of mercy. When she cried, oh Father, when the pain rocking her mortal frame. Bless her, oh God, Father. Lay your hands on that pain. Touch it, oh God. Wherever the pain is, lay your hands on it and help her, that she'll be able to rise up and do the things that is right in your sight. In the name of Jesus. Father, not forgetting our radio station, our Master, our Father. Sometimes we question ourselves, where would we be without the radio station? We thank you, God, for the radio station. We thank you for the founder of the radio station, for giving him the insight to do the things that is best for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. We thank you, God. We bless him, oh God, Father. You know him by name and number. You know everything concerning him. Where he weak, Master, make him strong. He's human. Sometimes he's not weak, but sometimes, oh God, as I lift him up to you this morning, oh God, I ask you to bless him. And all those who come on the radio station, remember Carl Caton, remember Mr. Pierre, remember CJ, Igwe, my Lord, my God, Father. Bless these people, oh God, Father. And we give you the highest praise because we thank you. And we thank you, oh God, again and again. There isn't sufficient thanks to thank you enough for the radio station. And bless them, oh God, Father. Open my way for it. Let it grow from strength to strength. Lay your hands on it, oh God. Bless it from the four corners of the world. Bless it, oh God. Bless the gate, oh God. The surrounding of the yard. The thistle of the door. Every corner of the radio station. Lay your blessing upon it, oh God. In the name of Jesus. And Father, you taught me to say, whenever you pray, you must say, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on us as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. And we say, amen, amen, and amen. Good morning to you, Mr. Donald.
No, good morning, Igwe.
Igwe?
Yes.
You get rid of Mr. Donald?
Yeah, I get rid of him.
Igwe, good morning to you, darling.
Morning.
Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. God
you
is
too.
good, eh?
All right.
And nice to hear your voice, eh?
All right, take
God
care.
God bless you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
It's real, it's 91.9. 9 minutes past 7 o'clock. Good morning to everybody via the YouTube. Where is my Facebook people this morning? tu query turn on the Facebook, Jane. Alright, balance now. Clara Abraham, good morning. Teresa Joseph, good morning. Natalia John, good morning.
With every
come on, all you share up your life.
To get our share.
Remember, you have to do one thing for me every morning you join the live. You share the link with at least one person that has never listened to Real FM before.
You gotta be
Could
careful.
you do that for me? Wendy Telesford, good morning.
You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking. What you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Can't forget my good friend Biscay inside of London, England. Lennox, good morning. Patrick Otley, good morning, good morning. Caroline and family, good morning. Miss Ferguson, good morning. I hope you're having a good one. Adrian Watts. Desiree Joseph. Good morning to you guys.
I say we have
Remember, share the live with at least one person that has never listened to Real FM before.
meet the challenges of life.
Keep the vibe.
Fear, greed and jealousy, hatred and envy. Man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. How you move when you're moving. Which direction you going? You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk. Where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
In your search for happiness, you gotta leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only a disguise. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. With what you do and how you're doing it. If you do, when you're doing it, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. The cleanliness in life is gone. It's only vice and
Betty James, good morning.
going on.
Was that Nicole Erwin?
Staying alive
Morning, 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 morning.
to survive. That is
It's the extension.
it. So as you go along your way, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking. What you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtees, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
The St. Joseph Convent Granville invites you to their sports meet on Saturday, 17 February 2024 at Progress Park. Races start at 12:30 p.m. Admission, children, $5. Adults, $10. Come out and join us for an unforgettable experience.
Calling all couples, Source of Wellness presents the 3rd annual Epic Marriage Conference for couples only, to be held at the Radisson Grenada Beach Resort in sunny Grenada on Saturday, March 23rd through Sunday, March 24th. At this year's Reexamination for Love themed event, get ready to hear true epic love stories, panel discussions, esteemed guest speakers, vow renewals, dancing, and much more. You will join Drs. Jason and Tanasha Gray in collaboration with Pastors Paul and Dorette Alexander, Reverend Joaquin and Lindarin Phillip, Pastors Jim and Ruthlyn Andrew, Michael and Hillary Alexander, Wayne and Cheryl Mitchell of Youth with a Mission Grenada, Alvin and Elizabeth Forsyth, along with Drs. Curtis and Bobby Minter. Get your tickets at the Grenadan Optical, located at Melville Street and Spiceland Mall, Grand Anse, for only $400 EC per couple. Your weekend will include all sessions, conference materials, and lunch for two. For more information, contact our local organizers at 459-8567 or 449-5872. We can also be emailed at info@sourceofwellness.org. Visit our website at sourceofwellness.org.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Go right
Good
ahead.
morning to you. Good morning to the nation. 100. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all you lands. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before his presence with singing. Know ye that the Lord, he is God. It is he that made us, and not ourselves. We are the people and the sheep of his pasture. Enter into his gates with thanksgiving, and into his courts with praise. Be thankful unto him, and bless his name. For the Lord is good. His mercy is everlasting, and his truth endure to all generations. This is the end of his scripture reading. And you have a wonderful day and a lovely weekend.
You too.
Bye.
All right, take care.
With everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you. And there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking. What you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Good morning again, folks. As we head over to the Met office, we speak with Miss Cassia Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning to you and good morning to the listeners. Here is the weather for today, Friday, 16th February 2024. Currently at the airport, conditions are partly cloudy. Winds are from the east at 14 miles per hour. Pressure 16.4 millibars, which is above normal and rising. Present temperature 26.4 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity 85%. Yesterday's maximum temperature was 30.3 degrees Celsius. Minimum temperature last night 26.0 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, there was no rainfall at the airport. Hence, the total for the month remains at 0.8 millimeters. Looking at the public forecast, valid for today and tonight, the weather is expected to be generally fair and windy, with few partly cloudy spells accompanied by brief isolated showers. Today's maximum temperature 30.5 degrees Celsius. Winds easterly to east-southeasterly at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Seas light to moderate, waves 3 to 5 feet in open waters. Tides are currently rising and will be high at 9 a.m., low at 3 p.m. Sunset today 6:13, sunrise tomorrow 6:28. Again, the weather is expected to be generally fair and windy, with few partly cloudy spells accompanied by brief isolated showers. From the Met Office, I am Cassia Johnson.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, take care. It's Realist 91.9, folks. We will take a break and we'll be back after this.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
50 years as an independent nation. Now that's a reason to celebrate. Bank on a bright future with Coop Bank as we celebrate more than 50 years of partnership with Grenadians. Aspire, build, and advance with 100% financing to buy land, purchase or build your home, or make those much-needed home upgrades. No loan fees, no legal fees, low interest rates. And that's not all. 100% financing on brand new vehicles with 50% off loan fees. Celebrate you this year with special financing from Coop Bank. Apply today.
Welcome home.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchens, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissy.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissy.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Tourism is me. Tourism is you. Tourism is everybody. And tourism connects us all.
Did you know that tourism generates revenue and foreign exchange earnings?
Did you know it stimulates infrastructural development and facilitates cultural exchange among people?
You must know tourism is linked to all industries,
from agriculture to construction.
So support the industry today and be welcoming to all our visitors.
Tourism is my business. Tourism is your business. Tourism is our business. Listen one and all. Tourism connects us all.
A message from the Ministry of Tourism
and the Grenada Tourism Authority.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash their lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and down on their knees. And I'm begging, oh, now we inherited one week. Prophesy to the country. Streets turn into rivers, then into seas. Is why I'm singing, oh, now this is my humble petition. Announce the date for election. Go now, please. Accidental, detrimental, could be lethal. Are you willing to take that chance? Much too seedy, day too greedy, eyes too beady. Honeymoon end before the romance. We expect corruption, but now without check or interruption. That a few might stuff the pocket, but not racket by the pocket. From the constant comments, we get no recess. Before things fall apart and the riot starts. Even in chutney, I'll tell them go. Make it sooner than later. To protect the future, please. For the sake of we children and the next generation. Go. To safeguard our image. Before Griffith cause more damage. Like a dog with fleas and down on the knees. And I'm begging, go now. They try to stick me with rage me. They have more trick than Houdini. Streams turn into rivers, then into seas. That's why I'm singing. Please, Mrs. Kamla. Take Munila and Sharma. Go now, please.
Good morning again, folks.
Real Expressions for Friday, the 16th February 2024, the extension. Where anything could be discussed here. Grenada is my constituency, Real FM is my parliament. I'm this people's spokesman along with the guru for a short time today. Blessed and protected by the Ancient of Days. Morning, Mr. Donald.
In one breath, you call me the guru.
And then after you call
me Mr. Donald. So you have me puzzled. I'm trying to figure out who you're referring to.
Both.
Not trying to be blasphemous, but the Ancient of Days is known by a lot of names, a lot of titles. Not one to sound blasphemous.
Okay. I rest my case.
Real FM continue to provide a service to the community. And you along with Claire and others, yesterday what I saw at the 4 recreation ground was nothing short of amazing. You brought both audio and visual of the sports, and I was happy to be part of it, so thanks for inviting me there.
Well, thanks for accepting.
What's your take generally on the sport?
Okay, good. But I'd like to thank Gates, thank yourself, thank Vondell Joseph, thank Claire Joseph, even the rest of the staff here.
Yeah.
People like Angel and Royer and Maxine, they also played their part in making that a reality. But I can't forget Edmund Mark.
Edmund Mark.
Statistician.
Yeah, statistician, you know, and people might take it as a joke, but when it comes to putting statistics together and giving you things to say, because a lot of the things we say
came from him,
is Edmund passing information to us. And Edmund was just phenomenal yesterday. Sad story for him right now is that his brother, his only, well, not only brother in Grenada, but big brother that he grew up with, they came from London together, and that brother is he's in a home. He had a stroke. That's Tony. He's in a home, and I think he's in the Richmond home, and he can't do anything for himself. Can't walk, can't feed himself, can't do anything for himself. So that is really sad that he's there. And I guess our prayers to him. But that aside, now, the games yesterday, the games happened. The games had to do with some more organization. The last thing that most people would have seen is that the last two events, for whatever reason, there was like almost a 15-minute break between event number 47 and event number 48, sorry, and event number 49 and 50. There was that amount, about 15 minutes, and I'm looking and say, what the hell could be wrong here? The lights, great. And this is not the first time the lights has been there, a couple of years now. But it is great that the lights are there. It's really, really great. However, the lights is a problem. Yeah, the lights is a problem. Because if you don't manage something that you have, if you have a car and you don't manage it properly, then the car becomes a problem.
I see what you're saying.
They're not managing the lights properly. What do I mean? Because they have the lights, then they figure, okay, fine, we can just go on and go on and go on and go on. The sports was started to start at about 12:30 yesterday. It didn't start until like after 1. Makes no sense. Right? Whatever. But it makes no sense. And the only reason why that was done is because of the lights. They figure, okay, fine, we got the lights, so we can go on. You know, it's not going to be a problem. And that, I think, has to be managed. The principles, and this is very important, Carl, the principals of the 6 primary schools, they have to come together and have their own committee, just like you have the Principals Association for secondary schools that manage intercall. These principals have to come together and don't just leave it up to the games master and the games mistress and whatever of the schools. The principal, this is your games. This is your games. You have to do this. Right? I went to put some stuff in the car because I decided let me start to pack stuff early. So stuff that we want to use immediately, I went to put some stuff in the car. And I met 2 youngsters. Cock up and dress the vehicle.
Cock up?
Yeah. They sit down on the bonnet of the vehicle and their feet up on the bumper.
Okay.
So that's cock up. And when I was approaching, one of the youngsters had his arm around the waist of a young lady, right? So I'm like, that is not kind of, you know, that looks like an intimate kind of something. So I'm like, when I put this stuff in the back of the car and I came back to the front, and first thing I spoke to them about was Jester's vehicle. And one of them said that Jester is your uncle. Well, I know that is a lie, but I ain't bothering. And I said to the one who had his arm around the young lady's waist because she had moved off a couple of steps. And I said, would you like that to happen to your sister? And another young lady who was standing there said, hey, what are you? That is you, man, you know. So I said, really? And then he said to me, well, she has 16 years, you know. as if 16 years is the freehold. You could do what you want. And I was very, very disappointed. And I said to myself, I remember coming back on the mic and I said, we did not have enough security there. We had 3 police officers. That's what I saw on the inside. Or 2, and those that did the pre-Alasni officer, 1 pre-Alasni officer, and 2 other constables. And that was not enough. The request was made, I'm sure, for police. They did a fantastic job with the traffic, because normally you can't get out of 4.
Yeah.
But they did a fantastic job with the traffic. Congratulations to, we call him Small Man, Carl, you'll know his correct name? Small Man? Simon. Congratulations to him and all the other guys with the traffic. Although there was one that was very agitated, but nonetheless, you don't find everybody good. But they did a fantastic job with the traffic. However, the policing inside of the event, Carl, was not proper.
Yeah.
The policing inside of the event, because if you have 3 officers in there, Carl, you cannot split them up, because you can't have one going by his or herself. So you had 3 of them, and they all 3 had to be together at all times. And that was not good. So that part of it, and I got the feeling that they really ran off the games because of the lights. They wanted the games to end. It's a primary school games where you have, listen to the race, you have under 15. That's the highest,
Yeah.
Under 15, which means that child is not 15, 14 and under. Not 15, they didn't say 15 and under, say under 15. So if you have under 15, you cannot have them leaving the games at what? Quarter to 9? 9 o'clock, thereabouts? After 9? No, you can't do that. You cannot do that to parents, because not all parents will be able to make it to the games.
Yes.
So children have to get home on their own.
Yes.
So you cannot have that happening. Under 15 games, as far as I'm concerned, you have the lights managed properly. Under 15 games should not finish after 7 o'clock. Get home. I forgot some stuff in first, so I had to go back for it.
Yeah.
God, you already know that. I had to go back down there. And kudos to Robin and so, they were already cleaning.
Yeah.
But there were still strangers in terms of children around.
Yeah, because
at that time when you call me?
Yes.
Ooh.
And not just males, females. So God knows what happened. And this, who do I put this on? I put this on the community. Because the community, I'm not going to put this on the schools, I'm putting it on the community. The community has to understand that they must demand better, Carl.
They have to.
Demand better. And when you demand better as a community, then the police will give you better. If the police had to make a call from Eastern to help them, and from those in their division, yes, but down on the western side, if they had to make a call, then make the call. Make the call. You need more. And to me, it's just that the security I wasn't happy with. And they have to look at it. And I'm hoping, I know Mr. Andel usually listens to you, Carl, so I'm hoping that he's listening this morning and would realize that coming up for his sports, it's my down college sports now. Yeah. And ain't no under 15s we're dealing with. Mm-hmm. We're dealing with bigger children. Mm-hmm. You know, we're dealing with some children 16, some 17. There's that possibility. No, Mr. Andel, you get it right. You have to have more security, because you're going to have more people coming to your games than what came to the games yesterday. You're going to have more people coming to your games. You have to do security and do it better. And the layout, Carl, of parking inside of the facility. Now, I got the impression that everybody who feel them is somebody had to park inside of there.
Yeah.
And they have to do so and say, hold
structured.
on, we have a limited parking, so therefore we have parking for the MPs, if any, and let us know. So you let the police know who's coming,
who you invite.
You have parking for the media, that sort of thing. But all in all, again, congratulations to the St. Patrick's Catholic School. They won, and convincingly so. And there was a young lady who deserves a lot of kudos. She better and she more than she father. Father never win nothing. Mother never win nothing. Daughter win silver
and bronze.
And bronze.
Yeah.
Could have won a gold if the
guy didn't stop.
Anyway, let's just leave that there. She won silver, she won bronze. She's what, under 7? Is it? Or 7? Or what?
Taking 8, 9.
Okay, so she's under 9.
Yeah, under 9.
Under 9. Right? That means next year, spikes, tracksuit.
Yeah, man.
We coming.
Training hard. Get up in the morning and go
And
on the
get
beach.
you have to play a more vital role in that, eh?
Yeah, I will.
Because you see the talent. She has it.
Yeah.
She has it.
When she tell me about running Shoops alone, Shoops, I say, run what?
Nah, yeah.
When I see her now, I'm like, eh?
Yeah.
But
run, man.
with all that said, Andre Donald, after 50 years, Mount Rose Seventh-day Adventist Primary.
They don't come last.
Please start.
Yeah, they said that. They were celebrating on the field. They didn't come last.
I don't hear you, Andre Donald.
Carl, there's nothing to say. My only link ever with the Montrose Seventh-day Adventist School is that my dad taught there.
Really?
Yeah, my dad taught there many years ago. More than 50 years ago. Wow. My dad was a teacher at that particular school. So that's my only link. So then you could say I have a good link with them, Carl. I didn't go to school there, but I had a good link with them. Mm-hmm. I believe, I can confirm, but I believe that my sister, I'm not too sure what sisters, maybe my brother too, went to school there. I believe daddy and mommy meet. Yeah.
Your relative from St. John and Upper St. John went to school in Mount Rose too.
Yeah, well that's where my dad is from. No, I believe that in PTA meeting he must interfere. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Gates again.
Yeah.
We have a runner now.
So, but all in all, it's a good games. Congratulations again to RC. Anglican, you need to do better.
And a lot of persons listen to the broadcast here, Andrew. Because I get a lot of messages and calls and so on.
It's a work in progress. One of our biggest challenges had to do with the quality of cameras that we have. We don't have cameras that are for that. What we have is basically for studio, and we took them out. We took them out and made them work. It's not gonna be possible because I think college sports is next Friday.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna be possible to think, but with the help of people, I'm saying that next year, God's willing, or put it this way, later on down in the year, around about after the carnival gate, we should be having some cameras that are sturdy, bigger, better tripods, and cameras that can really do what they're supposed to be doing.
Yep.
Yeah, that will be the case. But we hope to do McDonald College.
As you talk about the cameras, Gates, who's a man not into this thing? You ever look at the Boondocks?
The Boondocks?
A pimp named Slickback?
No. I don't think I've ever watched him on it.
One of the workers was using a computer and she said it's too slow. He said make that work. So what you and Andre made that cameras
No,
work
they had to
yesterday.
work. They had to work. Can I leave, please, guys?
Yes.
Yes, can I leave? Yeah. I need to leave. and then pleasant morning to everybody. And I'd leave with one statement.
Yeah.
Carl, you always speak to the gentleman. You always speak to the gentleman. Speak to him about what he wears. The guy was walking yesterday in a shoes that was too long for his foot.
A pimp shoe.
Who was that guy? Can't see the shoes. What your shoes? What is
the president of the Teachers Union.
yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. Their style, different styling, different pattern.
So Gates, my purpose here is simply to give the facts. Yes, let's take the call.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Andre in person.
He gone.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that what part of the thing that he just said with you earlier about transport and security and whatnot. Last night, myself and the partner was with me Saturday night when we met Mr. Donald. We were seeing last night the very same thing. Because St. Rules sports was yesterday, and when it was about after 8, the sports finished, and the same kind of problems they were having with parking, with security, with children, and whatnot. So I think it's something that have to be controlled because the children seem to get out of hand when sports time. So we were thinking the very same way.
All right.
While all the sports was going on in 4, we were talking, not in the sports, but we were talking about the sports in Godbert Peters Park. We were talking about the same thing. So and the same kind of thing. When sports finish, you have problem with getting out, So something had to be done to organize these things better. Okay.
All right.
So yes, you have to play a more serious part in your athlete.
Yeah, I will.
You have to start getting a training early, able to run in spikes and so on and so on. All in all, it was a nice affair. The crowd was nice.
Yeah, one of the people enjoyed it.
And they were into the sports when maybe their relatives and so on. They performed with a youngster, and I forgot to talk to Andre about it. A special artist, some Olive guy. I hope any secondary school he enters would take good care of him because he seems to...
Like a bullet, eh?
Yeah, he seems to be one of the athletes of the future. Yes, Igwe. So, like I say, the purpose here is to give people facts and they could fact check us. What they do with the facts is a matter entirely for them. We advocating for the weak. Another call? We advocating for the weak, the marginalized, because in recent times, without shame, this government has not been performing with distinction either. So we need to speak to. Let's take it.
Good morning.
Yeah, that's me again. I just want to give Carl a bit of information that I believe he deserves to have. Carl, I think she's your friend when you were stationed at Satyrs. A young lady by the name of Melissa. Tall, slim young lady from the Lamode area.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Right. The youngster that we saw yesterday, Deshaun Olive, that's her son.
Wow.
And guess what?
Tell me.
There's another son. There's one called Devontae or something like that.
Yeah.
Who is also a runner and attends SAS.
Wow.
And I found out also that there's a third one. He attends Gates Secondary School, St. Mark Secondary. Used to run, but had his leg damaged.
Oh.
So I don't know what's the situation with him. But I did that investigation. I got that information like this morning. But it was her son. That was one of her sons. So I just thought I'll tell you that. I forgot to tell you. And again, as you quite rightly said, it is an athlete for the future, and it is somebody that we need to look and continue to look at in relation to proper training. You know, I would like to suggest that the mother get in contact with someone who has the ability to improve him at this level in St. Patrick, and that is Mr. Neville Glean. Mr. Glean has the expertise and can, once the youngster is willing to take the training, Mr. Glean can do it. And we in the community need to provide the nutritional help that you would need. Not that the mother can provide, but we have to do our bit. It is important.
We should adopt that athlete.
We have to adopt that athlete. You don't see an athlete coming around after 20 odd years and breaking a record. Are you crazy? That doesn't happen like that.
Well, as you're on the topic, Andy, I think me and you should try to get in contact with them too. And play our part.
Of course. I think that we can. And probably we can do it under the banner of Real FM.
Yes, we should.
We can do it under the banner of Real FM. Because I really and truly, I really want to see that youngster go forward. I really want to see him go forward. The last thing on that, though, is that the mother is a brilliant lady, and I expect her to continue to be brilliant and send the child to SAS. I expect her to continue being brilliant. If the first one go there, so what happened to the second one? She made a mistake to send one
only
down. She made a mistake to send one down in St. Mark's, but this one has to go to SAS. Well, you crazy? Yeah. Quality. You accept quality up there.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, have a nice one. Later. Right, good.
Yes, Eagle is one for the future, and one we have to look out for and ensure that he makes it.
Telling you, the girl telling me last night, Daddy, you know I like the long race and then the 800 and thing I want to run.
Yeah, man, you have to.
See?
Yeah, get seriously. You have to play a serious role in it. But the next thing is the guy crying out from the wilderness. It's your hour. It's your time now. So if you're listening, it's your time to cry on the behalf of the people from the wilderness. Igwe. Because of the sports, Igwe, and I got home almost 10 last night. You know?
I think I reached
I was wondering how you, if you going to make it this morning, I say, on that Gates going to make it this morning.
I catch one cramp last night.
Gates, this is something do right about that.
I'll know my foot no feeling.
The night before was mine, next yours. What are you going on?
So cramp is a disease? I don't think cramp is a disease.
Maybe our nutritional intake, man.
Something we eating.
Maybe we have to look, or not eating.
Or not eating.
Yeah.
Or not working out. I don't know.
Yes, Igwe. So morning to Nikki Nicole. Daisy. Morning to Mimi.
A man tell me to tell you big up there, you know. Let me give you a name.
Christine.
Jones, man.
Yeah, Jones, man. Big up, man.
Yeah, man. Jones, man, always listening.
Doreen, morning. My friend, I know you're listening, morning. No name. All right, let's take the call.
Good morning.
I am the voice of one.
Right.
Crying in the wilderness of Grenada. For Grenada. A pleasant morning to Master Carl and the Igwe. And to everyone who is under the canopy of my voice. For those of you that have the opportunity to be listening to me this morning cry out, I need you to put pen to paper this morning. I am not a prophet. But I need you to document what I am about to say this morning. But before I start to cry, I must ask the question, what direction is our beautiful island is taking under this administration? What direction are we heading for? Grenada is in trouble. I repeat, what direction Grenada is taking? I am afraid that we Grenadians are in trouble. And I am calling on each and every Grenadian, despite your political affiliation, whether you NNP or whether you NDC, whether you MBPM or GULP or any political party in Grenada, let us stand together and take out Grenada from that gloom darkness. Serious. Grenada is in trouble. Now, if we, excuse me, as Grenadian, do not open our eyes, if we Grenadian do not pay attention, number one, we going to lose our democracy under Deacon Amis Mitchell. Document what I'm saying. If we Grenadian do not pay attention and open our eyes, we Grenadian is going to lose our democracy under Deacon Amis Mitchell. Number one. And if we as Grenadian do not open our eyes, we will lose our freedom under Deacon Amis Mitchell. And I want to make it clear to many of you NDC, Deacon Amis Mitchell is not an NDC. I repeat, for many of you who are NDCs, Deacon Amis Mitchell is not an NDC. If we don't open our eyes, we're going to lose our freedom in Grenada. If we do not open our eyes and pay attention, we're going to lose our culture in Grenada. I remember a couple years ago, Sugar Patch in Carriacou sing a song and said, open your eyes, I tell you. Open your eyes and see. Open your eyes, I tell you, and tell me who turned in stupidity. Are you Grenadian? If we do not open our eyes and pay attention, we going to lose our culture. Number one, we're going to lose our democracy. Number two, we're going to lose our freedom. And number three, we're going to lose our culture. Could you imagine? An event as our 50 years of independence, where we have people from all over, dignitaries that respect Grenada, and dignitaries that were sitting down in the National Stadium, and they were all dressed in the jacket and the tie, looking extraordinary and presentable. And we have our own Prime Minister, dressed like Mahatma Gandhi. Our own Prime Minister, just like Mahatma Gandhi. Amis Mitchell, Prime Minister, where do that culture come from? The question we need to ask ourselves, who does our Prime Minister taking orders from? Who does our Prime Minister taking orders from? Why when PM travel abroad and his return, there is nothing as a press conference? Master Call and Grenadian, and for those of you in the diaspora, whenever our Prime Minister Kit Mitchell leave before, and that man went any part of the world, whenever Dr. the Right Honorable Kit Mitchell returned to Grenada, and any one of his cabinet ministers, he hold a press conference.
Right away.
He hold a press conference. We know when kid going. We know when any one of his ministers is going. But it's only recently we get to know. It's only recently we get to know when Miss Mitchell is moving out of Grenada. He moved like Nicodemus. But it is sad to know that whenever that young man returned to Grenada, he has nothing to tell Grenadians. We does not know what took place. We does not know if he come out in Russia. We do not know if he come out in NATO, South Korea. But whenever he return here, why in the name of God that young man will not report to we Grenadian? You are our Prime Minister. We cannot run from that. But you have to realize, sir, that apart from being the Prime Minister, you are a public servant. I am paying your salary. We want to know when you go and when you come back. We want to know what transpire. You cannot tell us that information is on a need to know. No, you can't tell us that. We are Grenadians and we need to know what is taking place. So when you come back, come, hold a press conference and tell us what you come with. And I never forget that any time Kit Mitchell under his administration or any one of his ministers leave and go, when they come back with something in their pocket. Either they come back with in their pocket, next day they send it over to us. What is going on? What is really going on? Who is really that man? Who is really Deacon Mitchell? Who is that man? Where does he really come from? Listen, is there a second Prime Minister? Grenadians, open all your eyes. Is there a second Prime Minister calling the shot? Whenever this Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell go abroad, do he go to take orders from other people? Hey, I have news for us. I have news for us, you know. And the news that I have for us that Grenada is in trouble. Document what I am saying. Document the date. And let me tell you something. We have Minister Ron Redhead, he gone. And when I look at Ron on that last interview, to be honest, I felt sorry for that young man. He is confused and Ron do not even know what to say. Can everybody look at Ron and say, if that was the real Ron Redhead in the political campaign, something is not right? All you open all your eyes and see what is taking place to our beautiful country. Ron Redhead fumbling for words to speak. The poor guy is in trouble. Ron, don't cover up. Come out and tell the Grenadian public what happened, man. You are Grenadian. Come out and tell them what happened. Something is not right with that young man. And after that, you have the acting Prime Minister, poor Andy. You have the acting Prime Minister. Andy, did you spoke to Deacon Mitchell and let him give you advice whether you should go on Shaggy radio station and embarrass yourself and embarrass Grenadian Caricon and Peter Martin? Andy, what you really went on the station and say and defended? Come on, Andy, what you acting Prime Minister Andy, you does not engage your brain before you put your mouth in gear.
The guy say he has no original ideas.
I mean, Andy, acting Prime Minister, I respect you, but you didn't heard what Orlando Roman said. Sir, before you go there and talk, you come on, you embarrass the office of the Prime Minister. Why you go there for? But you know, everything in Grenada is just, hey, Sarah, whatever it be. Nobody know who in charge. We Grenadians are in trouble. And I tell you plain out, I am speaking for those that have a voice, that don't have a voice. I am speaking for the poor. Let me come over to the money. I worked under the money program for close to 12 years. 12 years I labor with the money. I facilitated them. I supervised them. And they are a bunch of hard-working people. When I heard you, the Prime Minister, said, and you asked the question, and I like how you asked the question, sir. And you know, Mr. Prime Minister, Stop taking Grenadians for fools. We are very intelligent. And we Grenadians, let me give all your advice. And we, NNP and NDC, all you must take all your time and listen to when Deacon speak. All you clapping before he done. Listen to when that man speaking. And when that man spoke, he said, who? The question asked. He asked the question. Who will give the money $500 under the new budget coming up? I remember that question. And he made reference to those who will be getting his seed. Who will be giving them this amount of money? And I felt happy. Because I know over the years, this money, they work hard. They work hard. And they deserve more. Government is a continuum. But then you give them the $500. And you came back and you take it away from them. And you saying that was an error? And you saying that, listen, I don't know the PS that wrote that, they go throw on he or she, I think that they will throw them under the bus. Because that thing is sung right. You took it back, man. The Imani young people, hey, let me tell you something. These young people control every institution in Grenada. These Imani young people, I have the opportunity to facilitate some of them and to work with them. And I'm speaking for those that cannot speak no, because they want to victimize them. I speaking to those at every police station I work in Grenada, except Carrick and Pity Matnick, facilitating and supervising these young people. They work hard in our schools, in our hospital, police station, custom, RID. There is Inland Remedy Department, the complex PLTF, Pre-National Task Force, man. Montemi, Roving Care, Geriatric Traffic Department, Financial Department, they work hard, man. Complex Fisheries Department, Sports and the Art. And let me tell you something. If all you want, you Mr. Deacon Mitchell, if you want to know how important the money young people is, take all of them and send them home. Let me take it stage by stage. Take all of them from those police stations, traffic department and fire, prosecution and immigration, and say, let me tell you something. They're so brilliant. They run things inside it. You don't think that it is of the $500 why you take it back for? If you want to know how these young people performing as Imani, go down at the General Hospital and ask the nurses and ask the doctors. They bend backward to do the work. If you want to know how important they are, take all of them from the schools and send them home. They run the schools. $500. You take it back. Do you know how happy they was to receive the first $500? Did you know that they did some extra stuff with it, Mr. Prime Minister? Do you know that they had those who stretch their hand, father, no, for the mother, for the father, the little brother, sister, that may not have something? And you broke their heart by saying that it was an error. As I close my case, how all it is administration like to take back so? Mr. Prime Minister, and your cabinet, the hurricane season is coming very soon. Give the poor people the house before they wet. Oh God. And you take back the keys. Mr. Prime Minister of the cabinet. Every Nimrod is turning in the grave. He and Kit Mitchell went to China and begged. They kneel down and they beg. Are you help us with some house for we poor Grenadians? They don't have a place to stay. And the government of China give these low-income houses to poor Grenadians. Some of them, they get a key in their hand. They happy. They jump up. They dance quadrille. They're going to get a mattress now. Even though they didn't have a bed, they go throw the mattress on the floor. Some of them saying in their mind, well, rain coming, I don't want to put pan here to get water from the roof. Thank God. Look at me. Key them, I pray. Are you go? And are you take it back? And not only take back the houses, are you tell them they had to buy it? This government under Amos Mitchell, you cost the poor. Are you doing that? I have some warning for the MPs. Take note. Each and every one of you, the MPs that are ministers of government under this administration, is just a matter of time. Deacon and Miss Mitchell, which none of all you know his plan and function. He's going to weed out each and every one of you. He set the example with Ron Redhead. Each and every one of all you will go. He give all you $24,000 a month. That is hush money, and that is dangerous, because right now he put all you in a position to compromise with all the wrong that he are doing. I am the voice of one crying out in the wilderness for
Don't go yet. The one in the wilderness. You ever hear the present Prime Minister talk about the parents?
Never heard that, sir. Neither children.
So maybe you don't proud of the parents. Maybe that's why you're dealing with people who poor in that way.
We got to be careful.
Maybe you might resent poor people.
We got to be careful. I must have called before about. And notice that there is a trend with the followers of Deacon Mitchell. This man never wrong. That man always right for his followers and cabinet colleagues. I realize that none of them would not tell that man no, or they go lose the money. I realize that these people are literally worshipping the Prime Minister. They prostrate him before the man. They call the man my dear beloved. The Bible said in the book of Romans, it says, for the worship and serve the creature more than the creator. The same thing that Adolf Hitler displayed in Germany. Go back and read all your history. If you have a child and everything that child do, you would not correct that child, then that child will end up in jail. I am one in Grenadians. I am one in Grenadians. If we do open our eyes, open, pay attention, we Grenadians is in trouble. Have a good day.
No, don't go yet, Pastor. We still have a few things to do, man. We don't call the book yet. Whilst we wrapping, get Psalms 19, verses 7 to 10.
Hold on there. Hold on, Master Call. I didn't have my Bible close by.
Yeah, get it. Just as the pastor find in the book, Igwe, the Imanis could be termed like a lighthouse. You know when you have a lighthouse somewhere, you might not be able to count how many sheep it help navigate in a night. But if you take out the lighthouse, shitty the fan with them sheep and them, they go run aground. So the pastor rightly say if you get rid of the Imanis, you know it's problem.
Master Call.
Yeah.
Master Call, listen, before I go to the scripture. I know the man is a work with them, you know. There is a young lady that works at immigration department in Grenville, Miss Andrew. She runs the whole apartment. She runs the whole apartment by herself alone sometimes as any immigration officers in Grenville or any police officers. Those in the traffic department, man, they are classic. Don't treat them so, give them the $500. Give them. You give your ministers 24,000. Start to take out some. You spend a lot for independence. It was a nice celebration, but you wasted it, man. Don't listen. Before I read that, Mr. Prime Minister and the ministers, let me tell you something. If you, and let me take my time and say that, if you and your administration, let me go back and make that statement very closely. Let me take my time. If you, the Prime Minister, because you are aware of it, and your finance minister, or whosoever responsible for taking back that $500 from the young people, I'm a pastor, go tell you what will happen. Your government will collapse. there will be inciting in your government. I repeat, if all you take back that $500 from these young people, your government will collapse. There will be inciting in your government. There will be a curse upon this government for treating poor people like that. Don't touch the $500. If all you have any intention of taking it, Pastor Louis telling all you, give them back. Don't touch it. Give me the verse of scripture, Master Call.
Psalms 19, verses 7 to 10. And once you're looking for it,
90?
19, 1 9.
Psalms chapter 19.
Verses 7 to 10. And once you're looking for it, some a chatter on the street say they could attest that Miss Andrews is an excellent worker.
I tell you, Miss Andrew run the Grenville Immigration Department. She from St. Patrick's there. That is the best. Every immigration that comes inside the man. I work with that young lady for years. She's an asset. And I go come and tell me give $500 and they take it back. Huh? She want to the bus. She want the French children to go to school.
You might want somebody to buy her.
Huh? Tell me something. If she more on the ground, she want that. Master Call, I remember in Carriacou, that young lady in Carriacou, who turned the money program and the beginning of the money. Don't watch the money so, you know. And that young lady, she had two choices signing up. One, cleaning and commercial food preparation. They put that young lady in an NCB bank in Carriacou to work. NCB, National Commercial Bank, at the headquarters from Trinidad. And her role and function was to sweep the bank. Her role and function was to buy the stamp, make the manager coffee, and go and buy lunch. Money! She become the manager of the bank.
Oui.
That's Emlyn Tay. She become the manager of the bank. Miss Cunningham, that in charge of all the fisheries department in St. Max, she was Imani. Don't touch her today. She goes all over the world and do her course and training. Today she masterpiece. Give them children the $500. Psalms chapter 19 and verses 1.
Verses 7 to 10.
Verses 7 to 10. I quote. The law of the Lord is perfect. Oh boy. Converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoice in the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. And verses 9, the fear of the Lord is clear, enduring forever. The judgment of the Lord are true and righteous all together. He who have eyes to see and to hear, let them read. God is a good God.
So let me break it down, Pastor.
Yes, sir.
The judgments of the Ancient of Days is just.
It is not just. You cannot
not like what happening here. So when them men and them, when the judgment fall on them, because first they start to blaspheme.
Yes.
They call him man some baby something. I don't even want to mention.
Jesus.
Blaspheme. No, the most honorable is a title not for him.
Exactly.
So the blaspheming one, so the judgment had to come.
And that's the word of God here. And they put him in a position where in the book of Romans, I think Romans chapter 1, Romans chapter 2, he said that for, God said that, Paul said that, for the worship and serve the creature more than the creator. Because remember, was only last year, when the prime minister, listen, I don't hear the prime minister, I love the man, but they have to tell him when you're wrong. When that prime minister went, I think he spent 2 weeks abroad, and the Grenadian noticed a Korean style and Maurice Bishop International Airport. All the ministers was down there, more or less. All of them was down there.
They go and pay homage.
And they stand up sanctimonious.
Yeah.
Some of them have their hand in front
pious,
of them.
like they in church.
All you remember that? Very sanctimonious. And when the prime minister touched down from the plane, they remember that. Who hug him, who kissed him,
They working for the $500. They
the
get
Bible
by.
is against that. The Bible says, for the worshippers of the creature more than the creator.
And he had Christians in the midst doing nothing.
Yes. Don't do those things there. He go backfire. He go back. Yes, Master Carl.
So the law of the Lord is perfect.
Yes.
It converts the soul.
Yes,
the
sir.
Testimonies of the Lord is sure.
Sure. Making wisely simple.
The statutes of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
So it is said or believed that those among him who know.
Yes.
And not telling him
exactly.
is doing a disservice to him.
Exactly, sir. Because they know what is right and they know what is wrong. Why many times it takes a decision, regardless of the salary you're getting, say, Mr. PM, no, that is not the way to go. But are you agreeing with him and every living thing that he done? That's the problem. Verses 9, Master Carl. The fear of the Lord is clear, enduring forever. The judgment of the Lord is true. He don't know injustice there, you know. And righteous all together.
Yes, man.
I rest my case. Have a great day.
All right, take care. One crying
out in the wilderness.
Out in the wilderness. It has been brought to my attention, and I think it's something the RGPF and the traffic department in particular. I don't know if they've done it yet, but because of the complaints to me and other persons of a situation to assist in the traffic, most times on the traffic light you'll have a police officer calling, and persons have to pay particular attention to the police officer on the light. Don't say it ain't green, so I come. And if the police do call you, wait. And I think the RGPF and by extension the traffic, Mr. Randall Batiste, if you listen or somebody tell you, go on the air and educate the people, because here are some people that complaining and he seems not to understand what is really going on. Igwe. Let's take a small break and come back, Igwe.
That we could do.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
The St. Joseph Convent Granville invites you to their sports meet on Saturday, 17 February 2024 at Progress Park. Races start at 12:30 p.m. Admission, children $5, adults $10. Come out and join us for an unforgettable experience.
Calling all couples, Source of Wellness presents the 3rd annual Epic Marriage Conference for couples only, to be held at the Radisson Grenada Beach Resort in sunny Grenada on Saturday, March 23rd through Sunday, March 24th. At this year's Reexamination for Love themed event, get ready to hear true epic love stories, panel discussions, esteemed guest speakers, vow renewals, dancing, and much more. You will join Drs. Jason and Tanasha Gray in collaboration with Pastors Paul and Dorette Alexander, Reverend Joaquin and Lindarin Phillip, Pastors Jim and Ruthlyn Andrew, Michael and Hillary Alexander, Wayne and Cheryl Mitchell of Youth with a Mission Grenada, Alvin and Elizabeth Forsyth, along with Drs. Curtis and Bobby Minter. Get your tickets at the Grenadan Optical, located at Melville Street and Spiceland Mall, Grand Anse, for only $400 EC per couple. Your weekend will include all sessions, conference materials, and lunch for two. For more information, contact our local organizers at 459-8567 or 449-5872. We can also be emailed at info@sourceofwellness.org. Visit our website at sourceofwellness.org.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
50 years as an independent nation. Now that's a reason to celebrate. Bank on a bright future with Quad Bank as we celebrate more than 50 years of partnership with Grenadians. Aspire, build, and advance with 100% financing to buy land, purchase or build your home, or make those much-needed home upgrades. No loan fees, no legal fees, low interest rates. And that's not all. 100% financing on brand new vehicles with 50% off loan fees. Celebrate you this year with special financing from Quad Bank. Apply today.
Welcome home.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive.
Color by Sissons.
Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color.
Color by Sissons.
Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
Have you had Boston on your travel bucket list? Well, we've got some exciting news for you. JetBlue is thrilled to announce its new non-stop flight every Saturday from Grenada's Maurice Bishop International Airport to the vibrant city of Boston. Now you can embark on your Boston adventure without any layovers. JetBlue is making it easier than ever to explore this incredible destination. Whether you're visiting family or friends, exploring for the first time, or simply experiencing Boston life, JetBlue has you covered with a convenient non-stop flight, complete with comfortable seating, complimentary snacks, and an array of entertainment options. You'll arrive in Boston feeling relaxed and ready to explore. So now's the time. Visit JetBlue.com to book your flight and bring Boston closer to Grenada. Let your adventure begin.
Broadcasting from the historical Farish Main Street, Certez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
You tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent commenter here. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to talk close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up
We deal with facts, Eagle.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, let's take the call.
Good morning.
Good morning to Zimbabwe. Good morning to Master Carl.
Yeah.
Morning, Carl.
Good morning to Mr. Andre Donald. Yolan Smith, good morning. And to the pastor, good morning. And to the Grenadian people. You know, I sit here with so much of pain in my legs, people. And that pastor speak. He's a man of God that know the word. And a lot of Grenadians not listening, or you all have to listen, because a lot of wrong things is happening in Grenada. You all go sorry later on. You understand? He speak, and he more like him. More Grenadians, young and old, come out and speak out. These people and them go check themselves. These and them don't care about nobody. Mr. Andrews and them sit inside there, and they encouraging him to do the wrong things. They don't man enough to say you're doing something wrong. As he said, the pastor said, I recall over the years in truth, whenever the former prime minister go anyway, when he come back, they have a press conference and they let the Grenadian people know what went on there and what they bring back, what they go do. Nothing. Well, I hear Grenadians saying, we prime minister is a Russian. He's taking, so I don't know. So maybe these people, the people who giving him the advice is a Russian prime minister. So I don't know, because he don't telling us nothing. You understand? And the and them again is all kind of thing going on in Grenada. I love my country. I don't want to run. I don't want to tell my children take me and go with me. I love Grenada. I could have gone back in America or go in England. But I don't want to leave me little blog and stick and my breadfruit and go. Because they're going to lock me up inside the house. If I go to England now, Master Carl, I can't go and work, you know. I got to sit down inside the house when my children go to work. The same could apply in America. So Grenadians, listen and open all your eyes. Because I know, Pastor, I have no fear. Me and you, sir, they will go with us first. But God is able. God is able, sir. Continue praying, continue speaking for those who don't have a voice. Because a lot of them afraid if they talk, they go send them home. They go victimize them. If you trust in God, you don't have to afraid what they go do to you. I am not afraid. I am not afraid of Deacon Mitchell and the gang. I come in Teresa Scott. I am not afraid. Before Deacon Mitchell and the gang ruling Grenada have been eating, drinking, spending money. I am not afraid of them. And I know the day will come. They must come down that White Horse. That White Horse he riding, he must come down one day. Have a good day, Grenada.
Blessings. All right, blessings, Cam. Take care. Have a blessed day. Igwe.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we come here, we, like I always say, we have receipts for what we're saying. So when we talk about the wrongdoings of this government, or the mistakes, morning caller.
Yeah, good morning, Master Carl. Good morning, Igwe. Master Carl and Igwe, when you look at this government, this party in governance, you remember what happened in 2008 with the Imani? After Mr. Patrick Simon said to the Imani in the Trade Center Youth Center, you're all my children. Contrary to what the other side was saying, we will send you all home. Right? And within 2 months, they sent all the Imanis. And some of the Imani went into the different farms. They take the things. Because in that home, where there was no TV, no fridge, and they get up by coat. They get up by other, for like coats or boards, and then porcelain and anything. After they sent home them Imani, what happened? They come back. The father come back and take it back, because eventually what happened? They're working again, so they can't be fight. They got to come back and take it back. Look at, so that is a government that always take back. It take back from the poor people. Look again with what happened with the man again. Right? They give them the money to taking it back. The man, they're working hard. They're working hard more than the minister and them. The minister get about $7,000 more on the thing, and they're working for it. Why he don't take back that money? What they working for? But the person who working hard for the money, we're taking him back. Why taking him back? Because if I know the North ministers, so they take him back. Why I'll say to the Grenadian people, we have to speak out about the injustices that are going on. And I can't see I myself, Massacre, as a Christian person, stand for the injustice that is taking place in our country. How could I feel happy when I die? Right? As a Christian, accepting what this government is doing to people. How could I accept it? I call upon the church to stand and to speak out against the injustice. Speak against it. And if you love the country and love people, we should never accept what this government is doing. Speak out about it. And if you love the government, you should tell them what they're doing is wrong. The attitude and the policy is wrong towards the poor people in the country. The poor people, they're working hard to bring development to our country. Right? They work hard for it. And whatsoever benefit they get, they deserve it. But why you tell them they don't deserve, we're taking it back from them. Well, you come within 2 months, you get $2,000, you say they travel allowance. Again, you come and get $5,000, get $7,000, so get about $14,000. And plus the $10,000 you're getting for the constituency. Right? Are the ministers working for that? No, they're not working for that. But you're taking it back. But the poor man that's working hard for that money, working for hard more than $500, we're taking him back because why they don't deserve it. Who deserve it, you take it back. Who don't deserve it, I'll give them, they work it. They don't work if I will keep them with it. Master Carl, have a blessing.
All right, bless God. Your next one, you good?
No.
You have something for me. We have to give some credence to Real FM, WeFM for the clip. Play your cause, but we need to play the clip because I want to draw a parallel.
Okay, this is Andy Williams, the MP for the Great South. Just happened to be listening to your program, Shaggy. Let me just make something clear, right? Now, I'm hearing about the $10,000 for the constituency allowance that was given to us. Shaggy, the Parliament is still in process of the whole documents and everything. So even we, as a government MP, haven't got anything as yet, right? But we will get it because the Parliament is doing it. It's the first time it has been done in a long time or so, right? Number one. Number two, Shaggy, the money for the independence was made available to all MPs. And I can tell you that the MPs from the other side did not, and I repeat, did not come to receive it. And they know why. Because I can tell you, Shaggy, everything is about making an issue when it comes to us and what we are doing. And I'm saying that independence is too big for that. Right now we should be talking about how the country is moving forward. I know we are seeing all the foreigners coming in and how Shaggy Grenada can even move further. Right? And even everyone who came for the independence celebration will now go back and be talking about how great this was. And that can even boost our tourism, Shaggy. Right? So I'm saying that we have no malice and we are trying to do everything in the right manner. But we cannot really take responsibility for someone who is trying to find fault in everything that we are doing. But Grenada, rest assured that what we are doing, we have no malice. Right? This kind of thing with victimization or so, we are not in that. Okay, sometimes, yes, we do make mistakes. Things may not happen how we want it to happen, but that's how it is sometimes. I know when I was in hotspots, Shaggy, I was given the contract to do school feeding for various schools. And sometimes, Shaggy, I was called maybe a month after and said, Andy, come and do this because this school haven't got anything as yet. So it's not anything new, Shaggy, and I can tell you that from first-hand knowledge. It's not anything new. Sometimes when school open, it takes a time for the schools and so to get organized, to get this stuff. And that, that's normal. So they say because we are in office, but this is happening, it is just false. So I'm saying, folks, let's kind of calm down. Let's, forget the fighting between.
We hear the acting Prime Minister at the time there. Now, there's a reason why the Prime Minister of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Mac, does not allow these guys to go in press conference for themselves. Because he thief a call.
Yeah, he thief a call.
And he talk pure tata. But then again, I just give him a pass, you know why? Because he told the nation in a church that he has no original ideas. I think we had a clip somewhere. If you could find it, find it. He told the congregation, I have no original idea, so I don't expect anything original from him. However, being the acting prime minister, when you speak, you need to get your facts straight. And I try to tell my friend Sumo to talk to the gentleman, because Sumo is a guy who had the gift of God. So you could advise the guy before he make them kind of calls. Let the caller hold on. Well, let me take the call. We'll deal with it after. So he said some money, 10,000 was in process. He didn't differentiate. Then he talked about the independence 10,000 who didn't come for it and so on. But we hear Mr. Roman saying something different. But also, how could you speak in all the same thing and speaking different? Mr. Roman say what? It is available. Is that? Invoice. Account number. You're hearing that talk on them. And then you're hearing this one saying they don't come for it. And they stop that. If you're not prepared to speak, don't call and make yourself like the beast with the long ears who just put the head on the side of the road and leave it back outside. Stop doing that. But the part I want to zero in on, you know, Igor, is simply this. We have no malice, and we're trying to do everything in the right manner, but we cannot really take responsibility for someone who is trying to find fault in everything that we are doing. I got news for you, and they used to do that between 2013 and 2022. Only fault you guys found in everything done by the NNP. So why you crying now? You set the percentage. You set the blueprint. What I want to go further, Iggy. But Grenada, rest assured that we are doing, we have no malice. The kind of victimization also, we are not in that. Yes, sometimes we make mistake. And that we say here on the radio. Real FM, which is new media.
New media.
Which is real media. Keep saying that the government make mistake. The acting prime minister on Shaggy program admit, yes, sometimes we do make mistake. That's what I tell them. Anytime I say anything, I receipt for it and fact check me. The acting prime minister agree with what I just be saying here week in, week out. The government is making mistake. Good morning, caller. Acting prime minister agree with what I just be saying here week in, week out. Hello.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
You know better than that. Listen the phone. We they waiting for you to come.
Right. Good morning, new media.
Real media.
Real media. Master Carl.
Hey.
I will continue to say it. Right. You see these workers in the ministerial complex and the people that are supposed to be administering certain things, they under attack. It has been alleged now that these workers are trying to sabotage the government by not implementing certain things. Let me tell you all something. Mr. Brian Grimes, there are people in your union that seems to be undermining you as president. I'm talking directly to you. And they are doing it purposely now to put their agenda, to put their people in place. Right? I've been listening to people making statements on certain radio programs this morning, and it's rather alarming. I heard a lady said this morning that there are workers in school thieving meat, basically thieving meat and going with. Right?
Yeah,
I listened and I laughed. You understand? When Dr. Mitchell made a statement in New York about people in the hospital going home with certain things, they chastise him. They say he shouldn't say that. Right? The credence of hypocrisy in this country is unbecoming. And our democracy basically is under threat under this government because we seem to be in what you call an authoritarian state. You cannot say anything, they cannot speak up, and they always right. And to Mr. Andy Williams, you are the acting prime minister. I know the PM is back yet now because this man always touches the island. You don't have to call a radio station to get your point across because you, my boy, used to be on Facebook almost every living day prior to 2022. I used to be seeing you, I used to be listening to you. So what you get to know, you have to take it. Likewise, all of you all have to take it. Don't come and try to spin things. And you, Mr. Andy Williams, is the last person to come and talk about $10,000 and invoices and receipts. We know your history. Dr. Mitchell warned us about your history. But the Grenadian people don't want to hear about that. These are the fruits that we are bearing right now. This is what we see happening. What you call the government again? A kakisocracy?
Yes.
That's what I call them. Right? This is what is happening.
Default government.
And the supporters of this party that seems to be blind, oblivious to what is happening. This is dangerous. This $10,000 for one, what the NOC say for the celebration. This is not like going to take a loan at the bank. You know, to go in and go no documents. If the money is available, you send the money to the minister, the MP, to the account, and you say, look, there's that. And it's up to the minister now, or the MP, to give all the receipts of what they spend the money on. You know, this is not something you're begging for. Who these people feel fooling? Come on. The hypocrisy. That's my problem with this thing right now. The hypocrisy and the blatant way that they're trying to cover it, and they're trying to blame everybody else but themselves. Oh, it's an administrative problem, and this and that. Come on, no. And then there are people that are talking on behalf of the government on positions and policies that they are not qualified to do. And Brother Ron, lastly, Brother Ron, I look at your interview, I watched it Wednesday, and I had a great laugh. You know why? Brother Ron, you're out. You're literally out. That same program you went on, couple of weeks back, you yourself said, concerning that issue in Mongio that was stopped taking a bill there. You said if you wasn't a minister, you would have gone and taken on the fence by yourself. Well, apparently you're saying you're going to do it, and look what happened now. A lawsuit is on the horizon, and you say no, the lawsuit is not with you, it's with the government. If you all can read between the lines, that shows you all that Ron is disassociating himself from you all. He's getting away from being around you all. But he's giving answers that is mundane, and let's read through the lines, Grenadians. Northeast deserves better than that.
Don't go ahead. A question. First one.
Yeah.
What was the relevance of Ron being on that radio program?
Well, in my view, the relevance was
a man they just kick out.
It was Opposition Tuesday, and then Wednesday it was government. So I guess he go there and speak on behalf of the
Ron,
government. But what he was saying and nothing with him.
Hold on, Anthony too. Ron is no more part of the government. He's part of the party. Okay. Ron is a NDC party member, not a government member. So if it is for government, how come Ron going on a government program?
Well, he's still an MP. Eh? He's still a member of parliament. So I guess on that party can still represent them.
Anthony too. Ron Redhead is a member of the National Democratic Congress. He's not a member of the government. The Prime Minister said so. The Prime Minister used all kind of language. What? Good thing. Then runs, and then they tell us he had degree. Ron say he don't have it yet. But that is for another discussion. But listen this.
Yeah.
Ron cannot represent the government because he's not a member of the government. He could represent NDC like on NDC had it. Secondly, listen to me now. All the talk about is $10,000, my friend. Some questions are to be asking. Because the first question is, how should this $10,000 you're talking about be spent? You can't just spend government money at your willy-nilly whims and fancy. Eh? Secondly, the MPs have to account because Inland Revenue has standard operating procedures how government money is being disbursed, Anthony too. So all this talk how they don't come for money like hurry come for Corey. It's old talk.
Well, my question is,
Thirdly, there's limitations to how to spend the money. The MPs cannot just take government $10,000 and give a woman. That can happen. So before
I've been seeing a former candidate for the NDC in St. Andrews Northeast decorating place and pinning. So my question is, did that young lady get $10,000 also? Because if that's the case, the NDC and the NOC and the government will have a serious set of explanation to do. Because that to me, like Senator Lacret, Senator Quince, these people are not ministers. They are not MPs.
That is why they're making this whole talk how the MPs don't come for the money. It's a strategy.
Yeah. Anyhow, fellas, you have a good morning. I'm listening.
All right, blessings. I have our next caller on the landline. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Master Carl.
Morning.
Good morning, Igwe.
Morning.
Now, from my point of view, our democracy is under attack. One can truly say that the Constitution was suspended, or part of the Constitution was suspended
secretly
on Independence Day.
Yes.
I'm saying that against the background that as citizens, we are guaranteed 17 basic and fundamental rights enshrined in the preamble of the Constitution. Simple rights, like the right to choose, the freedom of assembly, freedom to worship, and so forth. Simple, basic, and fundamental rights guaranteed to us as citizens of this country. When someone has to have an event that requires amplified music, you must apply in advance, weeks in advance, to the RGPS, and you must get a favorable response from them in order to do that event. Without permission from the authority, you cannot do that event. And therefore, when you want to come in the middle of the night, after all preparations was made for that event, and you know, say, you cannot have this event any longer. We are now taking back the permission that we have given to you. Our democracy is under attack. No organization must be given any authority which infringes on the rights of citizens. No organization, be it public or private, when you infringes on the rights of the citizens, it must be challenged. And I do not want people to sit back and say what the opposition is doing about it. The event that was cancelled is your event. The money that was spent is your money. And therefore, if I was involved, I would have looked for some form of redress, because to me, that is a constitutional breach. So Mr. Roman cannot say no, that the police would have been trained. The police must know the capacity. How many police do you need for special service in events? And the police have been for that. So you cannot give an organization authority that infringes on our rights. And Master Carl Igwe, I think that some who was affected by that doing of the organization, the amount of money you spent in the planning of your event, and it was called off, that somebody should be held responsible. That is my take on it.
Right.
The next thing, last point. No, during the revolution, our constitution was suspended in order that the revolutionary government could detain persons for as long as they want. Under our rule now, You cannot detain someone for more than 48 hours, which was bringing charges against that person. So we must be careful. We must look carefully as how they are encroaching to infringe on our rights as citizens, and let us be vigilant. I thank you, gentlemen. Have a good day.
All right.
We have next one?
Yeah, I have one on the WhatsApp.
Let's take it.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Igwe?
Morning.
Morning. Sakal?
Hey, sir.
Hello? What's happening? Sakal?
Me dear.
And Mr. Pierre, Mr. Pierre, good morning. That's the macho man. Mr. Pierre, the macho man.
That's the macho man? That's a new name now you give me.
Yeah.
The macho man.
Yeah, macho man. But you all do a very good job yesterday. I was listening to you all and seeing you all. But I'd like to see three of you all take a little risk, man. You, Carl, and Andrew.
You're mad.
But that never happened.
You're mad.
Anyhow, all you do a good job, man, and keep up the good work. Carl.
Hey.
Carl, don't forget what I tell you.
No, I'll call you after the
must
program.
Send that thing for me.
I'll call you after the program.
Right. Okay then, man. You all doing a fantastic job, man. Everybody in England, you is the favorite in England here, you know, man. Everybody I talk to.
The king might call me just now.
Sir Carl.
You're right.
I might get my knighthood in short order. All right, take care, man.
That's right. Yes, have a nice day. Okay then, take care. Bye.
Blessings. Yeah. You good time for us to take the break?
Yes, you'll take a break and come back.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
This is the latest update of news as produced by Triple N. The details when we get back.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Hello and welcome back.
Locally, on Friday, 16th February 2024, Rubis Caribbean will reopen its service station in Victoria. You can look forward to a modern new station. The station has been closed for the past few months due to reconstruction work being done. The operation team has delivered the first load of fuel and will look forward to its renewed operations. In the region, former National Security Minister Hermangild Francis has declared that the problem with the Royal St. Lucia Police Force is its management. He spoke of the need for training. We need intervention. People blame the police officers for not being able to stem the flow of the crime or being able to solve them, Francis noted. Where are the police officers getting the training they need? There's Junior Command Part 1, Junior Command Part 2, Senior Command in Jamaica. A police officer has not gone there for the last 15 years. There's a FBI Academy, there's Hendon in England, there's Bramshill in England for senior officers. They have not gotten any sort of training, the former minister observed. Around the globe, a privately owned aircraft headed for the moon has blasted off from Cape Canaveral, Florida. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket was used to launch the lunar lander with the hope that it will land on the moon's south pole. If all goes well, it will be the first time a private firm has successfully landed on the moon.
It's going to be, if it succeeds, the first American private mission to touch the surface softly ever. And it would also be the first American mission to touch down softly since the Apollo era, in fact, since 1972. So those are the two marks that it's trying to reach. You'll recall just a few weeks ago, we had another American company called Astrobotic with their Peregrine lander that tried to do the same. And it didn't get very far at all, actually. Just after it left Earth, it ran into difficulties. So far, so good for this new mission. And then we'll find out next week on the 22nd whether or not they can achieve those two historic firsts.
And in sports, Julian Alfred's transition to the professional rank of track and field has gotten off to about as good as a start as anyone could have ever imagined. The 22-year-old St. Lucian standout, fresh off a dominant 2023 collegiate season for the Texas Longhorns that saw her claim the Bowerman Award, has started the 2024 Indo season brilliantly. Alfred, a 100-meter silver medalist at the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, opened her season with a pair of wins at the New Mexico Collegiate Classic in Albuquerque from February 2nd to 3rd. This ends the latest update of news. Thank you for listening.
Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
The St. Joseph Convent Granville invites you to their sports meet on Saturday, 17 February 2024 at Progress Park. Races start at 12:30 p.m. Admission, children, $5. Adults, $10. Come out and join us for an unforgettable experience.
Calling all couples, Source of Wellness presents the 3rd annual Epic Marriage Conference for couples only, to be held at the Radisson Grenada Beach Resort in sunny Grenada on Saturday, March 23rd through Sunday, March 24th. At this year's Reexamination for Love themed event, get ready to hear true epic love stories, panel discussions, esteemed guest speakers, vow renewals, dancing, and much more. You will join Drs. Jason and Tanasha Gray in collaboration with Pastors Paul and Dorette Alexander, Reverend Joaquin and Lindarin Phillip, Pastors Jim and Ruthlyn Andrew, Michael and Hillary Alexander, Wayne and Cheryl Mitchell of Youth with a Mission Grenada, Alvin and Elizabeth Forsyth, along with Drs. Curtis and Bobby Minter. Get your tickets at the Grenadan Optical, located at Melville Street and Spiceland Mall, Grand Anse, for only $400 EC per couple. Your weekend will include all sessions, conference materials, and lunch for two. For more information, contact our local organizers at 459-8567 or 449-5872. We can also be emailed at info@sourceofwellness.org. Visit our website at sourceofwellness.org.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over, they unleash their lawyer. Set up an inquiry just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need come close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking and beating. So maybe I repeat it. Go. They're like a natural disaster. 10 times worse than Ebola.
Welcome back, folks.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, good morning, and it's always comfortable and interesting and good to join you all on the extension program on Friday. You know, it's always a good period.
I trust that you are following the program on your way here.
Some aspects.
And we deal with that aspect with the acting Prime Minister, Andy Williams. And there's this confusing statements on this $10,000. Either $10,000 for parliamentarians, $10,000 for independents, and it is being mixed up because you hear Mr. Orlando Roman, speaking about it is being processed. They should have get it. They don't know if they get it. Then you hear Andy Williams saying they didn't come for it. But then you're still hearing him speaking about it is in process. So the thing about it is, Mr. P, and you always say that the truth need no legal advice. And when you're not speaking the truth, you go always end up in problem. And we're advising those people. And finally, Mr. P, finally, the acting Prime Minister of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique has endorsed and co-signed what we always does be saying here, Mr. Perry, the government is making mistake.
I think the challenge we have with the acting Prime Minister, the Minister of MIT, the Ministry of Political Mischief, is a confusing position. He's trying to give the impression that his ministry makes sense except political mischief. And a number of things come out in the statement he made, which wasn't well thought out. He didn't think about it. Maybe he opened his radio and he decided to speak. Because he claimed even his own members didn't go and collect the money. All sorts of confusing statements. But it is sad and it's unfortunate, but it's not unexpected. Because this ministry should be disbanded. I've asked repeatedly to disband MIT. There is no need for mobilization, a ministry for mobilization, no need. yes, there is need for implementation. You need 1 or 2 persons who have experience with the public service that could help expedite issues. Well, obviously, we know there is nothing called transformation. That's restorative justice, political vengeance. So the public kind of like Andy. So Andy was specifically put in that position to get public acceptance. Maybe it would have been better to put the hatchet man. Or to put Mr. Andala, one of the others that angry. But they decide to use Andy as a pleasant face. And Andy trapped. There is not much he could do. Because he's indebted to GDB. And as a result of that, it would have been better for him if he had hushed his mouth and let the Ministry of Finance answer that question. But I don't think there is absolutely no need for the opposition to get this $10,000. Independence celebration technically is over. We're preparing for Lent and then Carnival. There is no need for the opposition. They ain't going and paint and beautify nothing. This money must be provided for the workers, the people who have lost their job, the people who drop out from school because they don't have money to pay bus, the people who have lost job in the estate and pest management unit. That is a good independence gift for them. So the opposition do not need that money again.
What you see, all this is what we call gamesmanship, political gamesmanship. The present government know there comes a time when questions will be asked about the spending of that money. Whether it be 15 million, 7.5 million, 22 million. So one of the things they plan to do is to answer and say, you're getting it too.
Rope in the opposition.
Rope in.
And the opposition mustn't take bait. Independence pass. That money must be given to the hospital.
Yeah.
Use this money and buy bandage. Use this money, buy suture material. Use this money and give it to the one aspect. Use the money and re-employ the workers in Grand Bay Estate. Use this money and help Pity Matney get back their suture material. The opposition don't need that money again. The only, as an afterthought, decide to give the opposition to see if they could smother questions from Parliament.
As you make a salient observation. And from the New Today, it reads, it was told about a situation on Wednesday in which consulting doctors at the hospital was sending back home diabetic patients on the grounds that there was no dressing available for their wounds.
Yeah, the opposition, the 5 opposition members.
So that money could buy some dressing.
5 opposition members identify something and ask the government to channel this money straight to them. Buy bandage for people who are diabetics. Make certain you have dressing in the hospital. Use that money to help to pay the agency where you buy drugs collectively. That would be a better independence game. Don't get yourself roping in this cesspit of corruption door that has been opening in this country. Because obviously, if you get yourself roping in it, we're going to jump up on you too. We're going to jump up on you too. We need our politicians to walk the straight and narrow. Over the last 2 terms, 9-10 years, the NNP, I believe, has performed the best in history in terms of frugal living, in terms of readily providing information to the public. And I have not heard any issue any issue that brought any member of that party into disrepute. I thought it was a solid group of people with character. When I look at those women, they seem to be very sensitive to the... Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, good morning.
To everyone in the station. I am listening, and I want to ask that question. What experience Andy have in government to be he's the acting prime minister now? What experience he have in government? Did he have any experience
They buy him.
in politics also?
Now you get by.
I know it's one experience, and he has to run what he used to run before. What he know about government business? To make himself shame, and I have to say, excuse me, I'm so stupid to be acting. Well, he's glad for the post. He's feeling high and lifted up, but he don't realize he's making himself stupid in the sight of Grenadian people who have sense, and they feel all of us is stupid people. We are, some of us is aged people. We're stupid. We don't know what's going on, but he's making himself look stupid inside there because I went through government, I have to say, from since my young age with Mr. Gary, Mr. Blaise at a young age and everything. And I never know Andy in anyone up to this blessed hour. And those days he wasn't born yet in this time, in this the elderly Mr. Gary and Mr. Blaise and things. But from Tillman Thomas, and I never know Andy to be in any one of this experience with them. So what experience he ever make to make himself so foolish? Because I say he's feeling high and lifted up for the position, but he don't know. He have no experience how he could run a country. And the next thing again, I listened to the pastor this morning, and I think I speak it over the air already. I am not a prophet. I am not religious. I can read the Bible to have the real understanding. But I told it already. I had an experience in my spirit that, and I think I said it already, that Deacon Mitchell come as an antichrist and to deceive the Grenadian people. And I always ask in the Grenadian people, open up all your ears and open all your eyes and ask God for a little more understanding that we should know Deacon Mitchell mission for Grenada. He is not for Grenadians. That's what I see. He is not for the Grenadian people. God bless. I'm listening. Go ahead with your program.
Thank you, caller. All right. In all fairness to Andy, acting as Deputy Prime Minister, Andy is qualified as any other, because you're dealing with 9 individuals, including the Prime Minister, who have no experience. Andy even better poised than the Prime Minister where experience is concerned. So it's not necessarily about experience.
But Andy has accepted his limitation because he told a public gathering that he has no original ideas.
Well, you're a little bit more honest than the hatchet man from Carriacou and a number of others.
Mr. Pierre, what is the name of the cartwheels guy? One of cartwheels.
I don't know who owns cartwheels, but I
want to say morning to him.
I don't know who.
And I want to wish him a speedy recovery.
He's not well. I think he was involved on some of the boards or something. But
I want to wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah, that's important. If he's sick, he need to be to recover. Yeah. Yes, I was saying the standard set by the past politicians over the last 2 years. Perhaps we take these for granted. But over the last 2 terms of government, the previous 2 terms, the standard set by those politicians, in terms of their life, in terms of their character, in terms of the level of sensitivity to the low-income Grenada, is the best I have seen in my life. And that is why a lot of the programs they come about with, the Imani program, the Project Fly, Project What, the low income houses, the one of the politicians in particular, I think she's a senior and practically led in that area, and she doesn't really bother much about publicity. That is Miss Bain, involved with the people we call vagrants, the elderly, and it is consistent, and they were very genuine, and they were mothers and wives, and they set the platform in Grenada that we should never do. It's a high standard. You don't expect this group of neophytes to walk in that part, but at least they could be more honest. And that is the challenge we have. It's a serious challenge.
The gentleman name is Mr. William Baptiste.
Okay.
I wish him a speedy recovery, sir.
All right. That's important, you know. We always have to have a compassionate and good heart. Even when we seek justice, we must seek justice with compassion. We always have to try to be respectful, and I know it is difficult now because the National Democratic Congress have propagated so much bitterness, anger, fractionism, hate and bitterness in this country that other people want to get there. They are tempted to retaliate, but we have to do everything possible to avoid that. And the best way to avoid that is stick with the truth. Stick with the truth and be respectful. If you hear somebody utter something that is not true, and it's possible, because we are not speaking from script, so you could get carried away and stretch the truth, we take correction. But the best way to deal now is to stick with the truth. And if we continue to do that, we will force other personalities on radio to stick with the truth. We'll challenge them to speak with the truth.
Yeah, Mr. Pierce, a message from one of the listeners says, what now worries me is the signing of the MOU hours before the independence celebration. Is this the reason why the Ghanaian president was invited? Were the members of this administration / cabinet made aware of this MOU before it was signed? So a lot of people are asking questions, even surrounding the wow moment of independence with the Jones.
We have to remember that there is a third party dictating our foreign policy. It doesn't appear to us that the Prime Minister of Grenada or the Minister of Foreign Affairs have much influence on our foreign policy.
Nah.
It seems they're taking instruction
from somebody.
You could tell.
If we have the Ghanaian ambassador and prime minister come here,
president,
and they are lobbying for the position, I believe, on the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Nothing is wrong with that. And nothing is wrong in supporting them. Perhaps the prime minister should engage the CARICOM to find out what the position is. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning to everyone.
Morning.
Master Carl.
Hey.
When people get paid, they don't have to go in the office for the pay.
Which office?
I don't know. I know when people monthly work, you have your bank account and your money go in your account. I didn't know if people had to come for money.
You want to see your face?
Huh?
You want to see your face?
I see what face? Who face? Then people know everyone. I hear Andy saying that the people don't come for the money. So I don't know what money they have to go
Corey, I know people has come for Hurry, come for Corey.
I still understand with this hurry, come for Corey. And people get, when you have to give the people their money, you just send the account, get the people account and post the money on their account and let them do what they have to do. Nobody don't have to eat their money because nobody don't hungry for their money. They know they don't give nobody money. Why they have to go shaming themselves, because they know they don't do nothing, so they come in, they take it in front.
and make the excuse for people to believe. This morning, one topic this morning about dollar paying for lunch, school lunch. $1 commenting about school lunch. Nobody didn't tell the people and them they want free food. Because since before NDC come to power, that is what NMP was doing. You hear this Ministry of Education, free education, free food, free, everything is free. So when everybody says free, when the parents say, well, if it's free, why should you have to pay the dollar still? Nobody didn't say they don't have a problem paying the dollar, but it's them who say free. So if it's free, when you go to school, you hand flinging. Nobody not looking for you for the dollar. It's them that say that. And it's one topic this morning about a dollar. What is a dollar? Or you can go in the supermarket and buy free seasoning, and you can go and buy free fruits. It's the government who say free. So why commenting now about the free? They not say free. So if everybody go there and they're looking to pay the dollar, you have 500 or 1,000 how much children and everybody paying a dollar. They don't have to buy nothing again because all that money could buy food for the whole school. And that's what we don't want to understand. Not what is a dollar. If I don't, sometimes you have a day, I don't have a dollar in my pocket. Not what is a dollar. A dollar is a lot to everyone today. Because you can't go in the store with nothing today. Before you have $100, $100 is $10 in the shop today. And that's what we have to understand. Look at the cost of living. Look at the light bill at cost going up the road. The water bill going up the road. Go to the supermarket where the price control. That is what we have to talk about, and that's what we have to look at. And stop going around and beating them out and telling them they can't manage their own home. They want to say they're managing this little Grenada. All they know about managing Grenada. Huh? They don't know how to manage themselves. They have to manage Grenada. Man, tell these people and them go to hell and shut up them out.
Okay, thank you.
Later.
All right. You see, if the Ghanaian, you have an agreement with them. Yes, caller, welcome.
Morning, Master Carl Ibre. Everybody, good morning.
Morning.
Master Carl, 10 pounds of sugar is $25, you know?
Eh?
Yeah, I went and buy 10 pounds of sugar last night.
Up and up.
$25 for 10 pounds of sugar, you know?
He going up and up.
I never see
And
that in
up.
my whole life yet, you know?
How the song go? This up
When
and
you
up.
used to get them, when you used to go and buy 25 pounds of sugar, it's just that the money. Today you're going to buy 10 pounds of sugar, 8 pounds of sugar is like 20.
The government raised the taxes on
Like
sugar
in Grenada?
and water.
Well, don't talk about that, I don't know. I don't know what to say again. Well, in fact, I don't say, Massacre, I don't say is Grenada. I don't put Grenada in that stress and in that problem. Every day I don't say that. So at times it's true, are you coming and plead, are you coming and beg for we, but at times we just have to leave it like that until 3
What we're
years
trying to do is to manage the impact. We have to stand the consequences, but we want to see how we could make it better. To see if we could rearrange their brain and change them.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, to see if we could cause them to stop tell lies. All the Minister of Finance had to do was to make a public statement and say, we have made some changes, we have increased the minimum wage, it's going to cause some friction. So within the next 3 months, bear with us. Your income may be late, you may not get it the way you want it, but within 3 months, we're going to put the necessary management in place to correct these shortfalls. That's all they had to do.
Yes,
and we would have waited for 3 months.
Yes, caller.
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, my brother, good morning.
Yes, in the campaign they said you vote for change. When the other side say, Grenadians, careful what you're doing, they don't listen. So we put ourselves in that. So at the end of the day, what you sow, that you reap. So we reaching the harvest of the Congress bound to lie. All right.
Yeah, but we're not objecting to that because...
I need to ask some questions, Mr. Pierre, as it relates to the MOU with the Ghanaian president. Now, this government operates on the premise of need to know. You need to know. And because they don't give information readily, only when the information is forced out of them, they tend to come forward with it, like how Andy attempted to speak on the $10,000. Now, what is in it for the Prime Minister? Is there anything personal for him and his law firm with the signing of the MOU? Because these are things we want to know. Because this thing look like quid pro quo, Mr. Pierre. Quid pro quo is simply doing something
you
for
scratch
something.
me on a scratchers.
Yeah.
So we want to know what is in it for the Prime Minister. Because you see...
How much 100,000 you get?
Yes.
You want to know.
Straightforward. Because this, what I'm hearing, this thing looks so fishy. If you have an arrangement with Ghana and you have visa free, by the time a Ghanaian reach in Grenada, 1 year free. 1 year without them before you.
Yeah.
A Grenadian land in Ghana, you know, you can spend 1 year without problem. But this kind of little iffy, itchy kind of thing, look as you get at 300,000. Tell us how much money you get. Simple and straightforward.
Tell us if he had a gracious offer.
Well, I think his offer might be more, but better than gracious.
Yeah.
Gracious offer seems to be reserved. The fella,
They want to buy you.
Somebody made a comment here, Mr. Pierre. They say, listen what they're saying regarding the $10,000. It's available. I am sure that the party members in the areas where the NNP MPs won got money because I saw them decorating. They are looking for an excuse to say that the money was there and they did not collect it. Therefore, they had to give their own people to decorate. So you see, all these things are gamesmanship and trickery. They're not genuine. And the fact that they're not forthcoming with information, Mr. Pierre, leaves people like me and you to speculate.
The National Democratic Congress, these afterthought measures that they tried to take was only because they panicked. They intended to run the celebration by honoring Maurice Bishop, decolonization, and Caribbean roundabout.
Yeah.
That was their main focus for the celebration. The Prime Minister is on the committee, and they intended Maurice Bishop, they want to make a hero. They do not want to identify with the negatives and the excesses of Maurice Bishop, but the positive. Because the Prime Minister said nothing was achieved post-83. Decolonization and CARICOM roundabout. So all these things are afterthought. Even when they recall the authority provided for people to have their activities on Independence Day, they believe by doing that they would have flooded the stadium. Any ordinary rustic would have known you would have had a big crowd at the event. 500 drones, a number of leaders, and the NNP was encouraging the supporters to attend it.
We're talking about free show here.
Free show here, free show there.
We did that.
So there was no need to panic. But in the NDC have done everything possible to tar the process of development in the country and kill the economy. From raising the price of sugar and water, when people try to take the initiative and raise funds, capitalizing on national celebration, as people has done since 1974, it is the first time that a government sabotaged it.
Somebody sent me another message, Mr. Pate. It's an interesting message. Good morning, Master Carl. I suggest that you commend Honorable Delma Thomas for reporting to the constituency office for the first time today to meet with her constituents from since 2022 post-election. Have a great day. So
I have always said, when Eric Williams was begged to go into federation, he said 1 from 10 is not. He shattered the dreams of a number of Caribbean people. They felt no, Jamaica felt it would have been a burden. And they begged Eric Williams to go. Lead us. The time I don't spoil. Eric Williams said 1 from 10 is not. Eric Matthew Gary tried to champion the OECS. Let us go together. Mr. Blaze said no, damn it late. And John Compton and them didn't agree. Eric Gary walked the plank alone. Number 10 is a mathematical calculation for a failed political dream where you shatter people's aspiration. Tears that was shed for the poor before was used to negotiate. Tears were shed. And now all tears dry up. Everything now is about money. Deacon was sold as a man with deep pockets and contact. And that served as honey for number 10.
Mr. P, I need to deal with that issue here. A caller called, and we had a program here, and the caption of the program was the Constitution being suspended secretly.
Yeah.
And what happened on the 50th independence anniversary of Grenada was a downright violation of the Constitution, Mr. P. The revoking of the permission to play amplify music. Some questions must be asked. Who gave the instructions to the RGPF to revoke the license? One.
Head of security.
Who would refund? Because every application you have to pay a fee, Mr. Pierre. Who will refund those applicants? So the question begs, because that is a violation of the basic rights of persons enshrined in the Constitution. One would say shades of the revolution again. And case in point, like the caller made an argument that the Constitution was suspended to enable Maurice Bishop and them to detain a lot of people, just so. Hopeville and all them places. And them. So, somebody also said we should start, so when we're speaking of the Prime Minister, use the term take it back. Now, Mr. Pierce, on a day of independence when you should champion people's rights, that is the day this government choose to trample on people's rights, you know, Mr. Pierce. And the excuse made is that the RGPF didn't word the document proper. But by any means, it's trampling on people's rights. It's a flagrant violation of our Constitution. Just for background information, Mr. Pierre, all of us remember COVID. All of us remember the advice of the government of the day as it relates to jab and carnival. And the present government and people who is part of the present government advocated for people to break the law claiming rights. So how come now all rights has gone and your rights could only go when the Constitution is suspended? So that's my argument, Mr. P. What's your take?
When your rights go is because you let it go. I've always said to people, a number of things that happen in Grenada is because we conveniently let it go. If the police gave an instruction, the police know the law, and nobody can just instruct police to do wrong things. No. But when you have a commissioner of police that you could manipulate and you could use, the public must know that these individuals are manipulated and used. So they ain't come around playing no talky-cock to people. You must know that they're not prepared to walk the plank. That has never been done before. It has never been done before. And we had independence. Gary could have done it in 1974, but he did not do it. And no other government celebrating independence had done it. The revolution tried to dilute independence. They did not remove the holiday. So people celebrated. And I think they had a march or something on that day. So this government is trampling on the rights of individuals. But where independence is concerned, your foreign policy, the people who take decision on your foreign policy is practically tantamount to the level of independence that you have. And if your government that you select is not in charge of your foreign policy, it ought to be the concern of every civic-minded Grenadian. This government doesn't seem to be in charge of foreign policy. And that perhaps, if we could address that, then the other things that follow may come in line.
The Samoa argument is a classic case, because whilst the Prime Minister, who is the head of government, and the chief foreign relations officer, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, sat and shamelessly told the nation, this thing, we don't think, we have to give this thing consideration. The Minister of Foreign Affairs say anything that is go contrary to our beliefs and so on, we don't work with. The Prime Minister say, watch, I didn't have a chance to check it, and then about 10 hours after, it was brought to our attention that the agreement was signed. So that means somebody else is controlling the foreign relations of the country. Clear case, it is not ambiguous, it is clear. So the question is, we want to know who?
I always, when these things happen, I always turn to the trade union, Okay. You know, I know that the trade union have contributed significantly to some of the trauma we have in the Caribbean and the country. But yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning, Master Carl.
Yeah.
Hey.
Mr. Pierre Igwe.
Hey.
Yeah, but the 7th of February, Bishop and them didn't take away the holiday, but they give it a nice name, They call it Freedom Walk. From Leapers Hill to Freedom Hill. They give a nice name. But a couple of days back, I had a conversation with a NDC brother. And he telling me, Michelle never do nothing for Grenada, nothing good. So I see them talking. I say, okay. I say, the only man that brings Fidel Castro in Grenada is Kip Michelle, to come and see the airport bill. So that's something. Watch. The man walk out on me and go, You walk out and go and say, the only man that brings Fidel Castro in Grenada is Kip Michelle, to come and see the airport bill. So then that's something good. The brother walk out on me and go. Well, anyway, Massacre these days, the program get real fire, yeah? Everybody I meet now, they're talking about the program. They say that is a university everybody wants to go to right now.
Mm-hmm.
Your program. Serious university. So my brother, you remember the first day I hear you on the radio. I tell Andre. I say, Andre, we have to get a man on the radio. Andre asked me, what when you go pay the man, and the same call turn and say, I go volunteer. And from there, the thing get hot. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm listening to you.
Yes, I think we have to provoke discussion.
Yes.
On the fact that we are very suspicious of the third party that dictate our foreign policy. We might be giving away our independence. Remember, when Mr. Blaze accepted statehood in 1967, Gary used that as a beachhead, a platform. He said, when you accept engagement for your daughter, what you expect next? And thousands of Grenadians had one word: independence. Because we was responsible for our local management, local government. And Britain was still responsible for foreign policy. So after we get independence, Grenada was able to determine its own destiny. We could have joined international organization and associated with who we want. That is why we were able to have a coup d'etat, and the British did not interfere. That is, we were independent. That is why we could have overthrown the legitimate government. Now, this government coming, they dabble in the occult. Now, for the first time, it seems, it appears, all the pointers turn to the fact that we have a third party.
Somebody pulling the strings.
Dictating our foreign policy.
Mr. P, I need to ask a particular question here. Because we need answers. We need answers to know who is in charge of our foreign policy. But in so much as the revocation of the permission, because we are asking questions and we're trying to direct to people who know. So the RGPF usually dispatch Mr. Vani Cohen to deal with issues in the media. Mr. Cohen, you don't have to come on Real FM, which is real media, which is new media. You could go maybe on a ride along and clear the air about why the permission was withdrawn. The permission withdrawn saga. Because a lot of people are asking questions. So Mr. Cohen, Vani, we know they don't confirm you, but maybe if you do that, you might nudge them to conform you. So go on right along. On Kill and Bob. On the narrative. And explain to the nation what, or clear the air as to the permission withdrawal saga. Because the people waiting, they want to know. They want to understand why. Because a lot of people saying we don't know, like next time we go at some event and we prepare, and the same thing could happen. So please, Vani, Mr. Cohen, sir, go on one of them friendly media places and give an explanation or clear the air on the promotion saga. Please. Because we want to know. Don't leave us to speculate. Because when we speculate, we could put our own spin on it. You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Pierre? Don't leave us do that. Don't give us that luxury. Clear the air. Because Mr. Roman is putting the blame squarely on the RGPF. They don't take in no blame, but two things. Who gave the instructions?
Security.
Mr. Vani. And clear the air so we go understand. So when we come here on real media, new media will give the people the information, because as the callers say, Mr. Pierre, they relying on us for information, because we come here to tie the truth already with Manje Kosharo. And we are and as we that explain Manje Kosharo, Mr. Pierre, because a lot of people keep meeting me and asking me.
That is why you see I am having serious issues with history in school. Because a lot of time it seems as though we're teaching the children alien things and not the truth. This is why I encourage people that your little children, teach them the names of the villages in the parish. A 5-6-year-old whining every soca song. Who cock up, who don't cock up. Teach them the names of the villages. You're going to improve the vocabulary. And don't forget your culture and your expressions. Don't let nobody intimidate you when you say marshal.
Yeah,
But
well,
there.
don't let them say that grammar.
That is why we forget manje caution rope. That is why we forget these things. I ain't hear nobody correcting Jamaicans' grammar. Jamaicans intend to put the Bible or the digital already in the language of the Jamaican. But there ain't nobody correcting Bajan. But everybody want to intimidate individuals on radio. And then we have some people walking like Turkey Cock in Grenada with morality around the neck. But they wouldn't ask the police, who instruct you to revoke the permission? And the police high command, we have spoken about the police in Grenada in glowing terms because of our level of crime.
Yeah.
Because of the level of respect you command in the Caribbean. Don't let neophyte politicians jump upon you. You have to tell the politician, no, we can't do that. Call the Attorney General. Look at the law. If you watch your side. Because the police force in Grenada has been doing a good job. If you have one or two culprits in high places, we need to identify them and jump on them, not on the whole police force. There are some things the police must not do. And you must know that because of the experience of the politicians, they might want you to do a lot of things. They might want you to go and break down people's wall. You say, no, we can't do that. You have to have permission from the court. You, the police, have to help them. Just as how we doing. You see, all of us in Grenada have a moral responsibility to manage the impact of the National Democratic Congress. Otherwise, they could have serious problem. You see the ease with which they take back money. I never heard me like that.
They like to take, you see, permission not easy to take back money.
They take back money from the road workers. Yeah. In 1990, they take back money. You know. They fired the money in 2008, 2013. And this period now, they take back money from the elderly. And they lie for them. Tell them they go give them back. You get 200. Only those over 65.
And if your household getting the money already, not
they take back money from disadvantaged children. I heard the cry
and
of
they don't give them back, eh? They don't give them back.
No, the Imani saga, I don't know. This one beats me. Because if somebody is working for $700 and somebody working for $1,000, and the reason for the difference is qualification, how do you give the person working for 700, 500, and you don't intend to give the person who making 1,000? How do you explain these things? Some of the actions of this government is more dumb and stupid than any action anywhere in the Caribbean. I'm going to tell you one. I'm saying no. Some of the actions meted out by this government is more dumb, is more stupid than any action taken by any political individual in the whole Caribbean. And I'm going to give you one of them. I have not heard any agricultural expert, any politician, any extension officer, any farmer make a more uneconomic and stupid statement. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning.
Yes.
Hi.
The Pierre Master Carl.
What's
Igwe,
up?
Good morning.
Morning.
I am listening on, and I have a question in relation to seed. I would like to know why the parents of students who have passed the CPA and are now in secondary school continue to get $75 when they should be getting $100. So you are robbing those persons of a $25 a
Every
month,
month.
which means a lot. So, the seed unit of the Ministry of Social Development, please address this issue. The people want the money, especially as they are not privileged to receive that 200 increase per household. I think that's an abuse to those persons, those parents. So I am the voice this morning. It may sound small, but it means a lot. All students transitioning from primary to secondary should get an additional of $25 on the grant. The grant for secondary school is $100, not $75. $75 is for primary school students. And quite a number of them transitioned from primary to secondary last year. So please address that issue quickly.
Miss Gloria Thomas, they will
yes,
tell
I want
you.
the minister to know.
Address that. Fix it.
And there are persons who are no longer in school, who are now working, and parents are receiving the grant for them. Please look into
Fix
it. You
it.
say you have improved management of seed. I am aware of some persons. So I am not seeing seed officers in the field now at all. So they need to come out from the office and go into the field. That's how they would get that information. The former seed officers were always in the field because the term is field officers, seed field officers. So please look into it.
All right.
Yes, and this
I
is...
also have some questions on the school feeding, but I'll come with it later. Okay?
All right, take it.
Have a good day. I'm listening.
Yes, scholar, thank you. And this is a very important statement. And we're going to take the break.
Yes.
So when we come back.
When you walk, what you say? When you talk, when you go, when you walk, what you say? When you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. I say we have to prepare.
This is the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Details when we get back.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
Do you know that you can lower your electricity bill by switching to energy-efficient appliances? By switching to energy-efficient appliances, you can help lower your energy usage. Your refrigerator, for example, is amongst the highest energy-consuming appliances within your home as it remains running throughout the day and night. Switching to an energy-efficient refrigerator can lower your electricity bill by up to 40%. As an individual consumer, I cannot impact global fuel prices. However, I can ease the burden of rising fuel rates by switching to energy-efficient appliances. What can you do?
Grenlec, energizing our Grenada.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Honorable Deacon Mitchell signed 3 memoranda of understanding with the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. The signing, which took place at Silver Sands, Grenada, hours before the military parade at the National Cricket Stadium on Independence Day, signals the two parties' commitment on matters of culture, trade, and education between both countries. This will further enhance their existing ties of friendship and cooperation and their commitment to the objectives and principles of the Charter of the United Nations. In the region, in St. Lucia, leader of the opposition Alan Chastanet is calling on the Philip Hare administration to be transparent about the true reasons for implementing the Citizen Health and Security Levy. Chastanet claims he was denied the opportunity to debate a motion for the US $40 million policy-based loan from the World Bank at Tuesday's House sitting because he would have exposed the real reason for the introduction of the levy. Around the globe, a global economic powerhouse in decline. Japan has fallen into 4th place behind Germany among world's largest economies after contracting 3.3% in the third quarter of 2023.
The Japanese economy is no longer in the world's top 3. After contracting by 3.3% in the third quarter of last year, GDP shrank by 0.4% in the fourth quarter, the recession a surprise to analysts who had been predicting at least 1% of growth. With total output for 2023 at $4.2 trillion, the Japanese economy has now fallen into 4th place globally behind Germany's $4.5 trillion.
Much of Japan's economic loss is said to be potentially caused by a fall in the country's currency, which lost over 18% in the last 2 years.
Japan's currency has lost more than 18% against the dollar over the past 2 years, as the Bank of Japan bucked the global trend of central banks hiking interest rates to fight inflation, instead maintaining negative rates in a bid to raise stagnant wages and boost weak domestic demand for the export-heavy economy. The latest data raises new doubts as to when and how the BOJ can exit its ultra-loose monetary policy.
Given the current prospects for future price movements, the accommodative financial environment is likely to continue for the time being, even if the bank ends negative interest rates.
Germany's new status, meanwhile, comes with caveats. Its economy too shrank in the final quarter of last year. Germany and Japan each face declining populations and labor shortages amid an aging workforce. Their economies are both expected to be surpassed by India's in the coming years.
And in sports, Jamaican Olympian Ines Turner named Central Intercollegiate Athletic Association Indoor Track and Field Women's Coach of the Year as FSU women repeat as indoor champions. In a triumphant display of excellence at the 2024 CIAA Indoor Track and Field Championships at the JDL Fast Track Fayetteville State University's Ines Turner and Claflin University's Melvin Watts emerged as the CIAA Women's Coach of the Year and Men's Coach of the Year, respectively. The coaches led their team to repeat victories, with Fayetteville State's women and Claflin's men securing another championship title. This ends the latest update of news. I am Angel Augustine. Thank you for listening.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. Broadcasting from the historical Parish Main Street, Surtez, to your home, vehicle, and office. Today's hit music on Real FM.
Have you had Boston on your travel bucket list? Well, we've got some exciting news for you. JetBlue is thrilled to announce its new non-stop flight every Saturday from Grenada's Maurice Bishop International Airport to the vibrant city of Boston. Now you can embark on your Boston adventure without any layovers. JetBlue is making it easier than ever to explore this incredible destination. Whether you're visiting family or friends, exploring for the first time, or simply experiencing Boston life, JetBlue has you covered with a convenient non-stop flight, complete with comfortable seating, complimentary snacks, and an array of entertainment options. You'll arrive in Boston feeling relaxed and ready to explore. So now's the time. Visit JetBlue.com to book your flight and bring Boston closer to Grenada. Let your adventure begin.
The first word when you speak about furniture is classic. Yes, at Classic Furniture, they design and make the best in local furniture. All their products are made from the finest local wood available on island. You think it, they design it and make it to your expectations. The highest standards at the best possible price, and they also provide higher purchase for you, their valued customers. Located on Ben Jones Street in Grenville, with their factory at Chantemelle in St. Patrick. That's where you need to visit when looking for products made of the finest local wood. They deliver and install items at no extra cost. Your satisfaction is their mission. The extra step is taken to ensure their customers are completely satisfied. They do doors and finished kitchen, supplies mattresses, and restores antique pieces to look like the first day they were made. Hey, give us a call on 442-4645 and 442-9726. Classic Furniture, Grenada's homegrown furniture producers.
Step inside. Immerse yourself in colors that come alive. Color by Sissons. Let your imagination run wild. Surround yourself in a world of color. Color by Sissons. Endless inspiration. Bold expression. Bold expression.
Color by Sissons. Sissons. Express your style with Color by Sissons.
It is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Therefore, the authenticity of the beverage can only be acquired in the taste. A taste which is original to Antoine de Beauregard Industries and comes from a combination of spices and local rum, which can hold its own all over the world. Woodman, a strength which speaks for itself. A taste which stands out from the rest, bottled with care, which speaks to perfection. Try Woodman today and be stunned by a flavor as never before. Let your palate savor that which is produced locally. Do not be deterred by substandard products. Our taste speaks volumes and sets us apart from the competition. You will be satisfied with every sip of our product. Say rum, say Woodman, feel satisfaction. Now that's quality.
Tourism is me, tourism is you, tourism is everybody, and tourism connects us all.
Did you know that tourism generates revenue and foreign exchange earnings?
Did you know it stimulates infrastructural development and facilitates cultural exchange among people?
You must know tourism is linked to all industries,
from agriculture to construction.
So support the industry today and be welcoming to all our visitors.
Tourism is my business. Tourism is your business. Tourism is our business. Listen one and all. Tourism connects us all.
A message from the Ministry of Tourism
and the Grenada Tourism Authority.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company, a family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, again. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. How's it crack up over? They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry, just to get Kid Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the false paper screw. I don't need to close to tell them go. Hurry, pack up your bundle now. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So me plea are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. Now. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging food. Now we are not in what we prophesize in the country.
Mr. Pay, how Tucky cock those work?
Yes, it's a. We have to return back to the statement made by this last scholar. And it's a very important statement. And it practically sums up the philosophy and the difference in the two political parties, NNP and NDC. There's a lot of similarities. But the statement the last scholar made practically sums up the lack of understanding, the lack of sensitivity of these group present members of the government for the people in the lower income group. They don't understand what it means, the impact $25 have on the income of a poor person. They don't understand that. So a child moving from primary school to secondary school, what is different in expense? And that's why it was so, I had to make mention of the previous cadre of women involved with NNP. Miss Morris, the one the gentleman called Black Mad
Black Woman.
Mad Black Woman. I like to call her the Shatney lady. How she integrates and involved with the community. A public officer, medical doctor. She could have gone and live in one of the high pollutant areas.
She could have gone and live in Canada.
She remained. You have to speak about Yolan Benjus. Because she's one of the seniors to Emmeline and all of them. Her involvement with the elderly. And people she never even bothered to mention. Flowers lady too. She liked flowers.
Flowers lady.
And then Emmeline Pear come in with a kind of energy that was difficult to match involving youths. And the other women followed suit.
Kate.
So they would have never, they would understand what $25 more meant for parents whose child was moving from primary school to secondary school. But this group of vultures can understand that. They don't understand that. And that perhaps sums up the big difference between the two political parties. So somebody going to ask, what is a dollar? There's children who go to school who have a couple dollars, $10, $15 in primary school. And there are others who don't have.
A dollar is a lot when you don't have enough here.
This morning, a little child come in the rum shop to buy a snack for her friend for her birthday. She says she always give me something for my birthday. Sometimes she give me a mango.
Okay.
Sometimes she give me a golden apple.
Gesture.
But she say I have to get her something. So she bought a snack for $1. And that child didn't buy for herself. And perhaps that's the only dollar she have. But you would not understand that if you have an income of $4,000 and $5,000 and $15,000. You won't believe $1 is nothing. The woman called this morning and she said 10 pounds of sugar is $25. Perhaps a long time she don't buy 10 pounds.
Yeah.
Because maybe if she bought 1 pound, she don't know in some supermarkets it's $2.55, but in other little country shops it's higher. Because the government lack of understanding, lack of insensitivity, lack of tolerance for the people in the lower income group, raise the price of sugar. And to compound it, they raise the price of water.
But not only raising the price of sugar and the reasons they give.
But you know they lie. Because white potato.
Okay, that's where I was.
They lie. They damn lie. They know they lie. And the government have to stop believing that because they accuse the people in the lower income group for being dunce and stupid, stop believing that. Even though you accuse them, but you have to stop believing these things. You know? I always remember Tilaita. In the videos, have 10 children, educate all of them. The children did well, provide food for them. You could manage better than that.
And the guy from Tikolo?
The Tikolo. A woman asked, I remember an extension officer say to a farmer, you must keep record. After he finished speaking, the man said, just keep record. I don't owe nobody. Look at my wife, how she wrong and happy. And I send all my children to school. What better record you want me to keep than that?
That's good enough for him.
So sometimes I believe the lack of understanding, sensitivity, and not understanding that politicians are there. You are elected to help the people who you promise to help. You promise to help these people. You know, so it is sad and it's unfortunate, and I understand the cry of the caller, somebody that walking in the area. And it's a big difference, you know. It's a big difference when you have experience in the field. That is why I'm always suspicious of a corporate lawyer coming to politics. And I always ask, who sent him? Who sent Deacon Mitchell? In the same vein, I'm asking the question today. Who is in charge of our foreign policy?
And who gave instruction to revoke the license?
Who is in charge? Because sometimes the same people that send Deacon Mitchell to come into politics is the same people that are in charge of our foreign policy.
But it is clear now, Mr. P, and if you listen to the Prime Minister, he said, whenever you see certain decisions is made by government, which is strange.
The admission of guilt.
Find out who pays for the rally and the big fete. So in terms of the foreign policy, we need to find out who pays for the rally and the big fete if it's Newfield and them.
Maybe that money conscience fight with him.
Yes.
So he said that. Richie dabble in their cult. Try to evoke Maurice Bishop's spirit. Thank God he was dealing with neophyte spiritualists. Because we always say, may his soul rest in peace. Particularly a man like Maurice Bishop, who died under traumatic circumstances. Even experienced spiritualists would tell you that is not a spirit you want to touch.
Yeah, you don't want to touch that. That's problem.
Died under shock. When they was about to execute him and they asked him to turn his face, he refused to turn.
They say that the only time he remember God.
And one of the... Well, I believe he was converted on the cross. Like the thief.
That the only time he call on God?
Like the thief on Christ's cross, I believe he was converted.
Them say that?
Because when
the only time you know he talk about God or he call God?
The one that had the gun couldn't do it, you know. Because he remember his spouse. His spouse was pregnant. She touched her belly. They say belly. And when they finished that, it takes spade to pick him up. Because Bishop never used to bother with God. The Catholic bishop, when he tried to see him, if he tell the bishop come 2 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock, the old man waited. The bishop had to send to Rome for assistance. Maurice Bishop did not advocate prayer. You didn't believe in that. So this kind of spirit, you don't dabble with it. It's not joke spirit. But you interfere with it. Maybe that is why the Minister of Health, 2 o'clock in the morning, gone in hospital.
The former minister.
He still farmer. He take up the youth already.
Youth.
Because I've been begging him to visit the communities that have difficulties expressing their love.
He should have come in Moncton and...
When they have problem with love, they find gun and they cutting up one another. Some of them have to run and leave and go quite in England for political asylum. But the Minister of Youth may be studying diction.
Yes, youth.
Want to pronounce youth. Want a PhD in diction and grammar. So you don't have time, he's busy. I notice many of the members of the National Democratic Congress, they went to the constituency. They promised to help them. Now they're busy studying. So I wouldn't surprise the Minister of Youth.
And they given a reason why they should study, you know, after they came to the people. Well, I need to read something here, Mr. P. From a police officer. The mistreatment of the police continues, is how he styled it to me. He said last Saturday, the National Organizing Committee held the Pan 50 and Food Fest activity on the Carnage. As per usual, the police were required to perform duty to ensure the safety and security of patrons. An approach was made to the organizers to supply some refreshment to the officers performing duty at the activity. Amazingly, the response from the event manager, one Miss Lashington, was that they cannot provide meals, but only 2 cases of water. The ironic thing is that there were a number of food vendors at the activity.
So they could buy.
That the organizers could have sourced some refreshment from. Imagine the police had to be securing VIPs and watching the organizers provide fancy meals for the VIPs catered by fancy, expensive caterers, but nothing for the men and women in uniform. To add insult to injury, the National Organizing Committee came to a post-independence press brief and stated that the celebration was under budget. So the money was there, but the police are not good enough to benefit from it. This is not a one situation, as the police were forced to function in deplorable police command post at the National Stadium on Independence Day. This falls squarely on the shoulders of the Minister of National Security. The buck stopped with you, sir. I wonder how the Vincentian police band will feel if they knew how the Grenadian police was treated during our Golden Jubilee celebration. The police deserves better. The National Organizing Committee and government needs to publicly apologize to the police and give them a make-up treat. The organization is fed up with this treatment and will respond appropriately. The government may control the police high command, but not the foot soldiers. Fix it, please. Sincerely, the police. A number of persons, Mr. P, police, are reporting sick because they are overworked. Had to beg a sergeant in one station not to report sick. And the police had to take counsel because I from one of them. You understand the situation are going on after all the song and dance, after all the drone, after all the fanfare. The people responsible for security of the state. Because you see, this is a trend, Mr. Pierre, because the Minister of National Security say he knew about the gun thing, but it had nothing to do with him. You understand? Since before he came in, he made a reference to the police force and whose wife is MPs. So it's a calculated plan by this administration to meddle and mash up the police force, thus compromising security and as such. Because here, Mr. Pierre, we don't only criticize, we give advice. And my advice is to them is to fix it.
The question is who to fix it. I am an individual who believes management must solve the problem. If I have a problem in a particular school, I examine the principal. If you have in a particular station, you go for the person in charge of the station. I've learned a lot of years ago by reading that the sergeant in the station is the workhouse. That the work dog or however you call it.
The quartermaster.
The quartermaster, however, the sergeant. But we have to learn to lobby and seek the interests of the people who own us. So the police don't have to get no favors from the organizers. That have to be organized by the officer responsible. Either the commissioner of police are responsible. When something is taken out of that, the commissioner of police or the person responsible negotiate for the best deal for his men. You don't have to go to no organization, and that would be diluting your significance, your importance, and your character and your position. Somebody might believe if they're responsible to give you a plate of food, you might have to give them compromises. I maintain if we have a school, and while I'm on that, I'm going back to Mr. Lacret. He is now the Minister of Youth, and I invited you. I encourage you. I can't invite you. I don't have this authority. But I want you to provoke discussion so that you would visit the two villages who are in love, but they don't know how to practicalize the love. When they get vexed, they fire a gun and they're cutting up one another. But you didn't go. So I'm advising you, I'm encouraging you again to find out what school those young people are involved in the issue, what school the majority of them went to. Go on a fact-finding mission. Visit all the homes that involved and find out what school. The police could help you on that. And the police should do that too. Find out what school that the majority of individuals who are involved in difficulties in practicalizing love, they cutting one another and they firing gun, what school they went to. So I always believe managers must solve problems. If you go to a school and the school have chronic discipline problem, examine the principal and the senior teachers in the school. They are the problem. If you go into a school and the school is unproductive, then you go straight to management. And the police have to be very careful. The police in Grenada have a very good reputation. And they have to protect that. They have to guard it. Don't let neophyte politicians tarnish the reputation of the police force. I don't know what are the chain of command in the police force, but those who in the hierarchy, you must remember, you're in the Caribbean, you are well respected, and you have a good reputation. And don't give us undue cause to jump up on your name, because we will exercise the democratic process. We have the medium, we have the via, and a previous government liberalized the telecommunication network, and now you have AI. You can't stop us.
Bad.
You can't stop us. If you knew what going on in Pakistan, for the first time, Pakistan has lost, the military in Pakistan has lost the election. The military never win a war, but first time they lose an election. We have likely to go on a war between America fighting your own self. Yes, caller, welcome.
Good morning to you, Mr. Pierre, and
Yes.
bonjour to you, Mr. Carl Kitten and Igwe.
Thank you.
And how are you too? You lot is doing great this morning, and we are listening, don't worry. The thing about it, what you said about the police officer, they need refreshment. I remember the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell came to Carrico, and he came to my restaurant. He always come to my restaurant. He always come with his bodyguard. And when I laid the table for him, and he and his friends who was there with him, I always prepare buffet dinner. And when he sit down to eat, when he see the food on the table, he call his bodyguard, and he tell you, come and eat. There's plenty to eat. And I remember the opposition. He came also to the restaurant. I'm talking on different days. He came also to the restaurant. And he come with his people, and he leave them out there. He never offer them nothing to eat. I is the one who give them food because the sun was very, very hot. The sun was so hot, they couldn't find a cool shade because the sun was coming in. And they were sitting on in this coolest part of the veranda. And they was out there. Some of them had money. They didn't have enough money because they have the same nasty habit, not paying the people when it's time for them to get the money. They're not paying them, and they're paying them is a little bit now, a little bit later. So these people and them is a pattern they have. The Prime Minister have a nasty habit too. He called it, he's the Prime Minister of the country. You have to treat the people right. And if you are the top, you are the top. You are the head. You are not the tail. And we the Grenadian people are saying we the Grenadian people because they get the overall, right? If we put him there, and then we put him there, and he's standing tall as the head, the people who voted for him see something in him. So they realized he could do better than what the previous government was doing. The previous government making sure everybody was eating a food. But this one, he's standing and he's telling lies to us. He's telling lies. No matter where we go, he never gave us a report. We don't know what he's doing. But he's telling lies. And if he continue to tell lies like that, what will happen to his ministers? They are children underneath him. They will practice to tell the same lies. And behold, look at them. They're telling lies to the people. They're telling lies. They can't keep a straight face. Every time somebody says something, they're ready to get on the phone and call the radio station to cover the nasty act. Because that's all they're there for. Stop telling lies to the people. You are there. You get the best seat in the house. The Prime Minister get the best seat in the house. And he has got the best seat in the house to govern the nation properly. And if he can govern the nation properly, and he find the best way to govern the nation by telling lies, then there is no hope for us. So the children that's coming up now, they'll practice to tell lies too. And you're doing your best to educate the parents about how to bring up their children. Now the parents crying, so some of them can buy sugar for you. Because if you meet a friend and they have children, you give them a $10, it's not enough to buy a few pounds of sugar. So we have to watch ourselves. They come there now, the best thing we have to do, let them go back. Go back to the hole where they come from. Go back to the crab hole and meet the crab and dine with the crab. So let's stand together and Grenadian people open my mouth and talk. Don't take your death like a sheep. You are not in Germany like when this couple was killing the Jews. Don't be like the Jews. We are not sheep. Open my mouth and talk. Say what is hurting you. Because at the end of the day, everybody has to pay the bills. Everybody has to pay the bills. So, Mr. Pay.
Yes, thank you, caller.
And Mr. Carl,
yes,
have a wonderful day. God bless you all. A good weekend to you all. Bye-bye. And thank you all. Bye-bye.
Well, it is a fact that we put the government in power. And we did that in a free, fair election. And we are prepared to stand the consequences of taking this risk. And that is what we do on radio. we try to manage the impact by pointing out the excesses, the shortfalls, and giving advances. But, however, it seems to us that although we put the government in power, the government is representing a third-party interest.
Mm-hmm.
And that is important. We need to find out whose interest the government is seeking. It appears that a third party is dictating some of the fundamental policies of the government. The other ministers that with them, it seems that their hands have been tied. How? Because they were indebted to the GDP Bank. Loans they were not able to get in a commercial bank. The process has been facilitated so they could get it in GDP. Some of them are agents for the CBI program, and they are likely to make millions of dollars for it. Others got a gracious offer. And then we have the number 10 syndrome. So we are really, at this point in time, we have to remember that a previous government who was not afraid of the media liberalized the telecommunication network. And we have to use this medium and this via to ask questions and encourage the 16th constituency, the diaspora, to show some concern. We need them to show concern. I believe that's one of the most important challenges that we have.
Yes. Because this present Prime Minister is placing a lot of emphasis on the diaspora. All things are tailor-made. Even the independence celebration was tailor-made to fit the diaspora. And as such, he seems to forget the small people. I call them the lower
lower income, lower socio-income.
And like we say, we come here and we give information, factual information. And we even give advice as to how we believe things could be improved. But they react most times to what we say. Because if you check a lot of their actions, it's after Real FM would say, would speak to it. And sometimes they hurry to do it just to appease somebody, and it is not done proper. But the question still begs, Mr. Pierre, who is in charge of our foreign policy? Because we see with the Samoa agreement, and now we see with this MOU with Ghana, somebody is pulling the strings, and it seems not. Because information is out there to suggest that members of the cabinet was not even aware of the MOU. They was not aware that in the morning the MOU will be signed. So what happening if you make up a cabinet and you doesn't know what is going on? That tells, okay, let's take the call. Good day, caller.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
All right. On the 16th of May, 2022, Delma Thomas came to Caracou and distributed some houses.
Mm-hmm.
I want Delma Thomas to come back to Caracou now and give us an explanation as to what would have happened there. No, we have some questions for her. Come, and we're gonna sit down and discuss this thing. We need her. Forget about mental home, because mental home closed down now. Come to Caracou and let us ask her some questions. We need the answers.
Please. And she has those answers.
Hi?
And she has those answers.
Yes, she has the answers. She should.
I think that is a fair question. She was the minister at the time when the houses was given up. She spoke about it passionately. At that time, tears was easy to flow. It was very sensitive.
She could come with a bucket. She could fill a bucket and come with it.
So I think it's only fair.
Somebody go tell her because I know they listening.
All right.
Yeah, they go tell her.
And at one time she indicated Tevin, she coming. She called on Tevin and said she coming, hold on. So I think it's only fair because the NDC have a track record of taking back. They take back the houses for the people in Carriacou. They take back land in 2008, 2013. They took back $10 from road workers. They took back money from the money.
And they make them go.
And they make them go in 2008, 2013. They threaten them. And now they take back money from them again. So you have a party that have a chronic history of hostility against people in the lower income group. And they fracture this community by somebody comments that is synonymous and common with the hierarchy of the NDC. Comments like commoners,
classless,
beggy, classless.
They go buy you.
Nasty people. They go buy you. Traitors. All sorts of in a simple little discussion with the NDC political activists. Before 5 minutes reach, they're attacking you. Stupid. Dumb. Dunce. Commoners.
You will come up to parliamentarian? All kind of people go buy you?
Yes, he agree.
And that coming from the Prime Minister. You know? I mean, it saddens my heart when you have a Prime Minister, the chief shepherd.
But the question is, Mr. P, what caused the Prime Minister to be so comfortable saying those things?
Perhaps it's the third party.
Because he's very comfortable making those utterances.
The appears they said him, or it could be an admission of guilt too. You know, he's but. You see how he was telling is a speaker or somebody, you're a professional, so indicating people like me and you, they can bias.
Because when you listen to the Prime Minister, you remember these utterances about his truck to pick fruits?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was our next one. The seaweed.
I try many times to try to understand where he's coming from when he make those utterances and them. Because they are so off-colored, Mr. Pierre. So off. It's not in the realms of reality.
Unrealistic.
It's not something, you know, you'll see why. Because when Sir Eric say the banana boat go come up in Paradise River, we know based on what's happening in Holland.
And Sir Eric say boat.
Yes.
But at that time, the opposition had banana.
Yes, so what I'm saying is, we know it is possible.
Of course it's possible.
By damming the river and so on.
Yeah, and Guyana have rivers.
Yeah, we know that could happen. But these fruits
is uneconomical, unrealistic, stupid, dumb. I've never heard no politician, no agriculture expert.
Who is going to give them Imani's $500 increase in the new budget that's coming up?
And people have to stop, clap this Prime Minister until they know what's going on. No, they have to listen to what he's saying. Because he's lying with a straight face. You see how he spoke about before you go there? This statement the Prime Minister make, and I'm looking for challenge, you know. Because when I speak, I want people to challenge me. Tell me if you have heard anybody in the Caribbean, any agriculture export, any extension officer, go right ahead.
Regularization of the Imanis. Mr. Speaker, a major commitment of this administration to regularize the Imanis into sustainable jobs. Like many other promises we have made and have fulfilled, this is also one we would intend to honor. The regularization of Imanis will be part of the third phase of the regularization strategy slated for 2025. As an interim step, Mr. Speaker, we will grant all Imanis working in the public service employment contracts. We will change a minimum stipend of $700 per month and pay them a minimum salary of $1,200 per month. At an additional cost of $40 million. Furthermore, government will meet the employer contribution to the National Insurance Scheme for all government employees, including all Imanis who will be granted employment contracts. Mr. Speaker, to all the Imanis, contrary to their lies, this government is not sending you home or getting rid of you, but instead providing you with 14 million and your NIS contribution moving closer to security of tenure. Mr. Speaker, we are not giving the Imani one for the road, but we are giving them their future. Mr. Speaker, government will strongly encourage and support the private sector member and businesses that have benefited from the Imanis program to make all Imanis working with them full-time employees and to adopt a similar approach as the government.
And one of the little piece I'm going to take from it, a minimum salary of $1,200. So you have people working for $700. You give them 5 to reach 12. But what happened to the Imani who are working for $1,350? Because they educated themselves, they did it CV, how much on CVQ and CV3. So the salary was $1,350. You take back $350 from them. So those who are a minimum salary is the same as those who are a maximum salary. I mean, what kind of... I mean, I very early, while the Prime Minister, the NDC was campaigning, in a discussion I asked, who is a Labour advisor? Because he was making statements I thought was so unrealistic. I was worried who advising them. Maybe the people in Labour helped them to plan these lies. You know, it's very difficult to understand.
Mr. Pay, what if you listen, the two gentlemen, it is contrasting. One say, the Prime Minister say, who will give you all the money is $500 in the budget? Then the Minister of Finance start to speak about private and public, and they go assist the private sector, and they go have security of tenure. But how could you force on the private sector security of tenure? Because see, they just...
Well, they would pay the bill, they say they go assist.
Yeah.
Anytime you come in the private sector, the only how you assist the private sector is money.
But the same set of people who are getting money in January, they tell them, sorry, I don't get it again, although they don't taking it back as of yet, but somewhere down there they go take it back. So you have to listen what they're not saying when they're speaking. Because it's all about trying to trick people. It's all about trickery to persons, because they make all these bold pronouncements in public, and then in private they take it back from persons, and that is in itself very, 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 very sad.
Just to go back to a point that I make a statement on the Prime Minister's claim that you're going to use trucks to pick mango. The Prime Minister make a statement and I let her spend some time for it to sink in. By now, the Prime Minister should come and explain the statement. Because I've never heard a statement like that from any agriculture expert, any politician, any Prime Minister, any extension officer.
Not even
that
we
have
has
to
made a
be
statement, so.
The most uneconomic, stupid, dumb, and unrealistic statement ever made. And then the Prime Minister compounded this issue. Say you get a net to collect seaweed before you reach. And he said countries in the OECS gave the impression that countries in the OECS is already exporting seaweed to Europe. Yes, caller, welcome. Help us.
Mr. Pierre, good morning.
Thank you, caller.
Mr. Pierre, what you just said is 100% correct. Because what is them ministers, their hands are tied. Because what the Prime Minister did, the Prime Minister put them in a lot of debt, big debts, because they know if they leave, whatever they do, they have to accept it. Because the student that they in, they have to pay it. And if they go against and get rid of them, they were not able to pay the debt. So anything the Prime Minister did, they have to accept it. Why they accept it? Because the Prime Minister put them debt, and he gave them a lot of money, $7,000 more on the salary. So what they are seeing in front of them is the money. They are seeing people. They seeing money and the debt they did. So anything the government said, anything the Prime Minister said, they have to go with it. So they trading the morality for the love of money.
They say morality is a private thing.
But Mr. Pierre.
All right, caller.
Who
Thank you.
has the National Democratic Congress beat up most on in this country? The Imanism.
The Imani.
You know what they don't say about the Imanism?
I don't know why they hate this group.
So the treatment of the Imanis now is not
shocking.
It's not shocking to me. I know that would have happened to them. But it's them who didn't listen. Mr. Pierre, I need to discuss another matter with you here now. Gail Purcell, head of the National Organizing Committee Secretariat for the 50th Independence Celebration, says that all contracts was awarded by the committee was conducted in accordance with the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act of 2014 and regulations of 2015. It is a requirement in law, because we still talk about, we mentioned the Constitution and suspending and violating and things. It is a requirement in law that all goods, works and services for the government or any related government agencies costing more than $15,000 must go through a bidding process of 3 proposals before a decision is finalized. The call of a submission must be published in the Gazette. A review of the Gazette published since June 2023 does not show any notice from the NOC requesting that bids be submitted from vendors to the NOC for its projects. All right. So a lot of things here. So let me unpack that now, Mr. P. Now, to provide goods and services when you work for the government, over $15,000 require 3 persons to bid. And those must be advertised in the Gazette saying that we want that and person should bid. So it must be gazetted. You must have 3 bids. But she said everything was done, but it is not gazetted. Then you're hearing the procurement will change to $100,000. All right. And the same wow, Mr. P. The drones. Who bid for the drones? Who was the 3 proposal for the drones? Huh? Who was the 3 proposal for the 10 minutes fireworks? And what was the cost? Because you see, when they don't give information we need, we have to speculate. So the question is, and there's a whisper, Mr. Pierre, from the chatters, that the intention is to backdate the procurement legislation to the 1st of last year to cover those things were happening. So when we ask the question, is the Constitution suspended secretly? It is not just wild accusation. There's reasons for, Mr. Pierre. What's your take on that, Pierre?
Remember, Maurice Bishop passed a retroactive law.
So maybe they're doing the same thing?
Yes. And,
revolutionary style?
These questions, you need to hear some concern coming from the trade union. I always say the trade union because anytime this country economy going a tailspin, workers are affected. There are some time in Trinidad when they cut out cola, And I think in Barbados, the union wanted to take the government to court. But government could end up cutting salary. Government could raise tax in the NDC period, the debt service levy. Government could drop the tax threshold from $3,000 a month to $1,500.
Maybe to $1,000.
So our union leaders, you mustn't play you stupid. You're supposed to know, and you must be proactive. If you ask these questions now, you may be able to save government taxation policy, negative taxation policy. Because when we go back to the IMF going to say you violate everything you agree on. This procurement contract for $15,000 is to guard against excesses, is check and balances. So anytime you have any project that would cost more than $15,000, it must be open. You must have 3 persons vying for it. So you get the best deal. It must be fair. But when the government could take a decision to give $100,000 for fireworks, $3 million for drones, and etc., and the government could even spend $100,000 for gracious offer, you know that's part of coming. And we take a break.
And we'll be back.
We'll be back.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful. I say we have to prepare to meet the challenges of life without fear. Greed and jealousy, hatred and envy, man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there.
Saturday, February 3rd to April 30th, 2024, Itel City Sports present the 4th annual Football Under the Lights at Roselle Plain Field in St. Patrick. $20,000 up for grabs in cash and prizes. First place winner in the senior will receive $4,000 and under 17, $1,500. Second place, $3,000 and under 17, $1,000. The dream team all the way from St. David's is ready to defend. Come witness one game nightly on weekdays and 2 games on weekends. It's 2 competitions, one for the seniors and the other for under 17. Registration fee $400 for seniors and under 17 is free. All teams will be able to register at least 20 players. All players must have their uniform and must be numbered. Contact 538-7509 or 406-9580. Football under the lights. Saturday, February 3rd until April 30th. Roselle Plainfield, St. Patrick's. Be there.
The Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the credit union of Grenville, takes you where you want to be. Feel secure with the Credit Union of Grenville, taking care of all your financial needs, including savings, loans, mortgages, and sound financial advice. Serving you with branches on Jubilee Street in Grenville, Lucas Street in St. George's, and new, spacious, convenient, and modern facilities on Seton Brown Street in Grenville and Grand Anse. Call us on 442-8602 or visit one of our offices. With Grenville Cooperative Credit Union, the Credit Union of Grenville, your financial security is guaranteed.
Get ready to experience the electrifying energy of the 2024 Carifta Games. This prestigious event brings together the finest young athletes from across the Caribbean, showcasing their talent, speed, and determination in a quest for glory. With the motto, many people, one region, celebrating athletics, Carifta embodies the spirit of unity and celebration, igniting a flame that will shape the future of sports in the region. Don't miss out on the action at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium from Saturday, March 30th to Monday, 1st April 2024. Secure your spot now by purchasing your tickets at Grenadian Optical or visiting gotofed.com. Join us in celebrating the athleticism and excellence of the Caribbean.
50 years as an independent nation. Now that's a reason to celebrate. Bank on a bright future with Coop Bank as we celebrate more than 50 years of partnership with Grenadians. Aspire, build, and advance with 100% financing to buy land, purchase or build your home, or make those much-needed home upgrades. No loan fees, no legal fees, low interest rates. And that's not all. 100% financing on brand new vehicles with 50% off loan fees. Celebrate you this year with special financing from Coop Bank. Apply today.
Welcome home. Tourism is me. Tourism is you. Tourism is everybody. And tourism connects us all.
Did you know that tourism generates revenue and foreign exchange earnings?
Did you know it stimulates infrastructural development and facilitates cultural exchange among people?
You must know tourism is linked to all industries,
from agriculture to construction.
So support the industry today and be welcoming to all our visitors.
Tourism is my business. Tourism is your business. Tourism is our business. Listen one and all. Tourism connects us all.
A message from the Ministry of Tourism
and the Grenada Tourism Authority.
The St. Joseph Convent Grenville invites you to their sports meet on Saturday, 17 February 2024 at Progress Park. Races start at 12:30 p.m. Admission, children, $5. Adults, $10. Come out and join us for an unforgettable experience.
From the north, covering south, east, and west. This is Real FM.
They tell me candid, they too wicked, far too crooked. That is the frequent comment I hear. Too one-sided, underhanded, can't be trusted. This is the opinion, yes, yeah. For their own abuses, they keep making excuses. Housing crack up over. They unleash the lawyer, set up an inquiry, just to get it Rowley. But they wouldn't sue the post paper screw. I don't need to come close to tell them go. All we crack up you on the ground. Stop fooling the people. The country taking a beating. So let we are repeating. Go. They're like a natural disaster. 10 times worse than Ebola. Like a dog with fleas and tongue on their knees. And I'm begging food. Now we are not in
Igwe. Mr. Pierre, the more I think about this argument with the Ghana president, it brings more questions to my mind. Who is the would-be beneficiary of those arguments? And if there's reports to suggest that most of the cabinet persons did not know about the signing of this MOU, why the secrecy again, Mr. Pierre? And another, as one person messaged me and say, what is the cost for somebody to travel to Ghana, Mr. Pierre? A local, ordinary person. So even the argument does not cater for, you call it lower socioeconomic persons. So who is the true beneficiaries of this argument? And the question begs again, who paid for the rallies and the big fete? Because you see this decision and which is strange in nature. Who pays for the rallies and the big fete? That is the question, Mr. Pierre. And we all ask, who controls? Because that come under foreign affairs, Mr. Pierre.
Mm-hmm.
Who controls the foreign affairs? Or who pulls the string for our foreign affairs? Because we know he's not the Prime Minister, and we know he's not the Minister.
Mr. Andal.
Mr. Andal, because they was there and they say they don't know nothing about this argument, and then he signed. So somebody else giving the instruction.
But did Mr. Arnold play any part in this situation? I don't get the impression that Mr. Arnold played any part in this agreement.
No, I didn't get it. And then you're hearing from sources that Mr. Arnold should have been the one to introduce the Ghanaian president, and it didn't happen.
Maybe Mr. Arnold was not pleased.
You don't trust him.
And that is why they don't let him do it.
You don't trust him.
Because he was vehemently against the Samoa agreement. He believed that it contradicts the Constitution and it could threaten our sovereignty. So it appears that Mr. Andal was not in support of this agreement. And if you're going to have an agreement of that, why the Prime Minister felt it was necessary not to discuss it with his own cabinet? Because based upon the rhythm, based upon the information we're getting, the majority of the individuals don't have a clue that was sprung on them. Why it was, because this could be a good thing, you know. Mm-hmm. I'm somebody who advocate Grenada having over 40,000 people in the next 5 years. Bring 20,000 Venezuelan, bring 20,000 Haitian. So that was a good opportunity
and 10,000 Ghanaians.
And that was a good opportunity. Every Grenadian that want to go in Ghana automatically have 6 months or 1 year stay in the first instance, and vice versa. Now, where a Grenadian could pay to go in Ghana for 30 days, the average Grenadian. What role the foreign minister playing it? I would like to hear somebody interview the foreign minister, even if it is Mr. Forrester.
Yeah.
Because we have experience in reading his face. He's a man who likes to dig deep in the revolution. And when he gets stuck, he does choke.
Yeah,
so we want to, even if it's you, Mr. Forrester, I would want you to ask him questions to know what part he played. You see, I am a suspicious man. Remember, black people sold us in slavery.
Yes, black man.
And anytime you find your leaders, you trying to use subterfuge and turning around and hiding, then you have to believe if it is too good to be true, it is too good to be true. We have a third party dictating our foreign affairs 50 years after independence. Eric Gary Pap turning the grave. Never expect that. We selected a government. We take a chance. We buy a cat in a bag. We get a fake. Now we must manage the impact as much as we could. We must know what role the foreign minister, Mr. Foreign Minister, don't lose all your credibility. Ask the Prime Minister to shuffle cabinet and move you. It makes no sense. The Prime Minister have you in foreign affairs and just have you like a lunatic. Because just now you were crying. Just now, I watch you good. Anytime, even if it's the journalist that turned the beauty queen, even if it's shit asking questions, you go cry. Even Dr. Bob take you, you will cry. So I'm pleading with you. If the Prime Minister is not letting you do your work, if you have a third party that canceling your tickets, preventing you from speaking, ask them please to move you.
Yeah, release you.
Put you in agriculture, you will do better than the man that day. Put you in education. Remove you. Don't strip you of every bit of dignity that you have. You know, please do. I think at this stage, we ought to be concerned about that. This is one of the most important issues for me where our independence is concerned. Because Grenada independence is a lot about we associating with which country we want.
Yeah, the right to choose.
Determining our destiny, the right to choose, obviously in the interest of Grenadian.
And we should be the one to choose, not other person.
Well, Chester Humphrey, if you have communists in Grenada, it's about 3 of us that they know. But Chester would tell you, it's not about ideology. It's about Grenada's interest. What is in the best interest of Grenada? You're playing around with some big elephants.
Yeah, white elephants.
And we have to be careful we don't get trampled. So we want to get the best for Grenada while we demelee between the West and the East and the Chinese.
Whilst we?
Huh?
Whilst we demelee?
While we demelee. But we must have a third party. It seems that a third party and the third party interest doesn't seem
to be aligned with ours.
To be aligned with Grenada's interest. So we have to call on the Prime Minister. Who is the third party? Because more and more you're seeing evidence that is not in Grenada's interest. If you're going to make an agreement with Ghana, Grenada should be able to get 6 months in the first instance.
Yeah.
Easy in Ghana or vice versa.
Visit, yeah.
And maybe we got to look back at the Prime Minister's relationship again with Haiti, because Grenada needs people.
Yeah, you need a lot of people.
Mia Mockley in Barbados cry out.
We underpopulated.
Barbados was 200,000, while Belize and the Bahamas was 80. Today, Belize and the Bahamas is 400 and something thousand.
Really?
While Barbados is about 260,000.
Yeah.
Our women are moving and they're not making children. And our boys, well, from the two friendly village, we have several dozen of them left the country. Some of them running for political asylum because of they don't
know how to express.
They don't know how to express love, and we calling on the minister to visit them and see how you could help the communities and do some fact-finding mission and find out what school, because it could be a school that producing these delinquents. It's a school. But I want the minister, I want to tell you, I want you to discover something beside diction.
Youth.
Go and do some research, and then you're going to find out. You just have to ask the police which school they go to. In fact, when you go to the home, don't go to the police. Don't go interfere with the police. You all interfere with the police too much. Don't interfere with them. Go to the homes. And they're going to tell you the names. People are speaking. The elders are a bit upset. And find out which school they go to. And take your pen and mark. Don't behave like when the Prime Minister was attacking the faith workers. All of you doing as if you don't have a pen and a calculator. Go with a pen. Make the people believe you're taking notes. Because the elderly people are watching. They say they don't trust you to remember everything. They like to see you taking little notes. So pretend you're taking notes. Work with a notepad. And find out the school they attend. And you may well find a common school is producing some of the behavior. And that might teach you to walk away from some of the fractious statements
made by this.
That is synonymous, is common with the National Democratic Congress. And always remember what Tobias Clemens said, that the NDC is not an inclusive government.
And now they never challenge him.
No, they can't challenge Tobias Clemens. They can't challenge me. They could try to challenge Tobias Clemens. A well-educated professional like Tobias Clemens, if you can challenge an ordinary rustic like us, you could challenge Tobias Clemens?
Nah.
He said the government is not inclusive. And it's a sad thing. Every political party ought to try to be as inclusive as possible. But this government definitely using some language that is objectionable.
What is interesting is that the way they treat their very own. You know they don't treat in who they don't consider.
Well, some of the people that supporting NDC not supposed to support NDC. The first person I hear say that is Kennedy Budlalo. KB tell a fella, you don't supposed to support NDC. NDC would never like people like you. And it was the same KB who informed some individuals the revolution not for all you. These guys pick up gun, they fight for the revolution. All of them had to leave the country, the revolution turned on them. Maurice Bishop, I tell people Bishop was a common criminal. You know. Bishop sent the children of the petty bourgeoisie to study certain subjects. And he sent the children of the proletariats to study subjects that most likely would get them to come back and run the country.
Yeah.
A lot of them did not realize what Bishop was doing. But they could take me on that, just as how I challenge Deacon and the Minister of Youth.
Even the man from T-Color could take you on that?
Well, it's Al Danley from T-Color and Culture Man. I think it might be better if they take me on the statement I make that the most uneconomical, the most dumb and stupid statement I've ever heard in Grenada is about renting Greentel truck and letting it to go and pick mango in a small island with an undulating topography.
Yes.
Topography is the most dumb, stupid, unrealistic, and uneconomical statement I ever heard. It was said by the Prime Minister of Grenada, and as such the whole Caribbean. I've never heard any agricultural export extension officer, a politician, or farmer make a dumb statement like that. So I want Danley and Culture Man. You could take me on that.
What's your take on the oil spill situation, Mr. Pierre?
Well, I am not a man who, I wish the Caribbean in a violent.
Yeah.
A man who never feel happy when I hear about oil. We have weak institution and oil has run up in people's head and make them corrupt. And we would not be able to manage the consequences. Venezuela should be a richer country than China. 80%, and I'm being conservative, of Venezuela GDP, it depends on oil. And likewise, Guyana, the biggest fear that Guyana don't have the institution, the society is fractured between race.
Yes.
and we could have corruption galore, and you could make money in oil and it never reach the people in the lower income group. So I am not somebody who, in fact, when I heard about oil, I wish we never get oil.
You have a call?
Yep.
And color is the last color, so you got to.
We lost it.
Yeah. Yes. So I wish we never get oil, because I believe that could cause massive corruption.
It's back.
Yes, color.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you today?
Great.
Okay, I have a simple question. If a minister is appointed to a certain institution, right, and now we are in that particular institution is not functional, so what becomes of that person? Should that person continues to be there, or should the position redundant? Right? And then the second thing is that we have Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, instead of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, another institution is being created, and people are holding different positions. Why there are two institutions represented in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? If you have a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that Ministry of Foreign Affairs should take care of the overall running of the people who live abroad. You know, there's a particular word which they use. I don't want to use it because I hate using it. I don't like the interpretation of it. It doesn't sound good at all to me, and I don't like to use it. Yeah. So I don't know why these institutions are being created and people are given high position and paid in such manner. I don't think that it's fair enough in such a way. Yeah.
Well, it might be a means to dilute the significance of one and push the other. I don't know.
I really, I mean, it's the institution, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign, no matter what you do, it serves the same purpose. So why there are two sections of it representing the same Ministry of Foreign Affairs? That is my question, sir.
All right.
Yeah. It's difficult to answer that question.
I don't know.
But what we could do some research, maybe give it some attention and refer to it another time.
It brings us back to this question, who is in charge of the foreign policy?
But I think that we're really interested in Grenadians asking this question, because that perhaps is the sum total of our independence. And after independence, the independence over, time for us to concentrate on other activities now. Everything is by season. And stop give the government excuse to squander our funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Mr. P for being here, Igwe, for the program what it was. And as we continue, so we'll be back here on Sunday. Peace
and love.
Where you go? Where you walk? What you say? When you talk? Where you go?